members and colleagues, thank you very much for availing yourselves this morning. I still do sound very horrible, and I think I'm getting a bit better, so you'll pardon me for how I sound. Today, we will be receiving a briefing by the Department of Science and Innovation on their first and second quarter expenditure and performance reports for the year 2022-2023, as well as a briefing by the Department of Higher Education and Training on their first and second quarter expenditure and performance reports for the year 2022-2023. It's now 9:04, and both departments have been given 45 minutes to make their presentations. It would have been ideal if wait, let me see. If colleagues from the executive were in this meeting, given the nature of the matters that we are dealing with today. And I'm really hoping that going into next year, there'll be a greater appreciation for committee meetings coming from the executive. Nonetheless, we do see the presence of both DGs. I see DG Film Drachas on the platform, as well as DG Sishi is on the platform, if I'm not mistaken. So I will then at this point hand over to, okay, I thought I had seen DG Sishi on the platform, but I'm sure he'll be on the platform by the time we start our meeting in terms of their segment as higher education and training. Oh, there he is. I see you, DG Sishi. I just realized that you're here, DG. So both DGs are present in the meeting. Again, it's unfortunate that there isn't representation from the executive, but we will then move to DG Mdracha to take us through the presentation from the Department of Science and Innovation. Thanks, DG.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I'll try and go straight to the presentation. Do I have two of them? Let's try that and that, and hope you can see the presentation. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
We can, DG.
Okay, so I am going straight to it, Chairperson, and say that we will just quickly touch on the vision and mission, the goals, key achievements per DSI outcome goals, and then we'll spend a bit more time on the highlights, and then we'll give you the overall performance, and then per program, and then Robert will take us through the finances. So this is the vision that we've shared with you before: well-being and prosperity through science, technology, and innovation. And we want to do this by a mission that provides leadership, an enabling environment and resources for science, technology, and innovation in support of the development of South Africa. These are the 6 outcome goals that we have. Again, the committee has been provided this before, but just to recap, we would like to see a transformed, inclusive, responsive, coordinated, and efficient national system of innovation, human capabilities and skills for the economy and for development, increase knowledge generation through metrics that we will share with you, and innovation outputs, and knowledge utilization for economic development. We'll give you some highlights, and then some examples of how we enable inclusive development, and then innovation to support a capable and developmental state. So our Q1, Q2 performance highlights per outcome goal. So we just want to share with you that in Q2, we are very grateful that we had the approval of the National Open Science Policy. So this draft National Open Science Policy proposes the establishment of a national forum to promote best practices in open science, incentives for researchers to publish in open access journal. What is the intention of this is to democratize access to knowledge by fostering open science practices in South Africa, which is useful for teaching and training, useful for the economy, useful for public policy, citizens, and society as a whole. For an example, if you're sitting with knowledge in a department X, and we need that knowledge to analyze data, for an example, in order to provide public policy or what is useful for citizens, we cannot have a situation where one government department or state says you cannot have that data, of course, within reason of things such as security. During COVID, this was a big challenge where we needed to access data in the COVID cases, not asking for a particular patient's information and how that could be used to trace the variants, to trace the search for the increase in COVID cases. So this is just to give perspective to this. A cabinet memo has been drafted and submitted for the minister's approval so that the draft national open science policy can be tabled at cabinet for approval. It's already been through a number of clusters, so we hope this would be a policy in the next year. Just again to give you the numbers in Q2 of the total beneficiaries, you can see on the left-hand side, 4,000 BTech honors and master's students, 2,135 PhDs, giving us a total of 6,000, and 862 interns that we host in science, engineering, and technology institutions. And this is broken down for Black women, people with disabilities, as well as how many of the recipients are South Africans. And you can see that 3,994 for BTech honors and masters, and 1,905, which is over 80% of the recipients are South Africans. And then on the astronomy front, we just want to share with yourself that on the 27th of May, the SARAO released a local impact study of South Africa hosting the hydrogen epoch of reionization array. The committee has been to site, and you are aware that because of the conditions on the site, we are now hosting telescopes for other organizations and other countries. This is a US funded program trying to understand what happens in the first 400 million years of the universe. It's called Hydrogen Epoch of Reionization Array. So on a national level, the impact of the study found that South African researchers' participation in the HERA collaboration is growing, and we are happy about this, so we don't end up with just these instruments collecting data from what's happening in the universe and go offshore. We would like our researchers also to have data and also increase our capacity in the national science system. This is, of course, as a result of continued financial support towards master's and doctoral scholarships in conjunction with the award of postdoctoral research fellows supported by SARAO's HCD program and collaborating universities. So funding students who participate in these programs, we are able to get the capacity up and running. On Q1, we just want to also recap and give highlights of what has happened. But the portfolio committee, I think in the last maybe 2 months, we briefly took you through what is happening in the indigenous knowledge, but we just want to recap that the DSI, together with the unit at the CSIR called Next Generation, have developed a technology solution that creates a secure database that documents and records indigenous knowledge of South African communities in all the provinces. The DSI has established indigenous knowledge system centers across the country and has trained over 60 young people in various provinces on using technology to document and record indigenous knowledge of their communities. The database will feed into the registration component of the IK Act, as we know. And in order to improve data quality and efficiency at various centers, this unit CSIR Next Generation developed a new NICMAS with new and updated features. And the DSI facilitated the training of the Northern Cape Indigenous Knowledge System Center and also the CSR from 29 June to 1 July. So we're very happy about this. Again, the committee had the opportunity to visit the SKA site. So you are familiar that the Meerkat 64-dish array also, amongst other things, measures the fuel reserve of galaxies in the past as one of the activities that it's doing. And it continues to publish papers in Nature, high quality journals. And the South African Radio Astronomy is an implementing agent for the radio astronomy investment. But today we just wanted to share with the honorable members some work that we've been doing on how the community is benefiting from hosting this. So there's a community knowledge center and upliftment program. We are developing small, medium enterprises in the area. We're nurturing talent and youth, as you can see in this picture. And then, of course, we have to provide alternative radio astronomy-friendly telecommunication infrastructure and devices. Maybe to go a lot more detail, over 300 subsidized broadband satellite services to farm owners and workers have been provided in the area as part of our obligation. These are the number of local job opportunities created, over 8,000 of those 400 permanent jobs at Sarao. 1,252 local women directly employed by Sarao and contractors between 15 and 17. And then we have a very good supplier development program, and 90% of Karoo staff that is from the local community. Now we have the reserve declared as a national park, and it is going to be managed by SANParks because the NRF doesn't have the expertise to manage this. 4.7 million rand in community development initiatives have been spent, 169 million with local suppliers and contractors, and 0.4 million on local catering, tourism, and accommodation. And then we have now established an artisan training center, knowledge center, and 2.5 for training of local community. We may add that we are now finalizing the astro tourism for both the Sutherland area as well as the Carnarvon area. Another exciting development is that one of the infrastructure network called the South African Population Research Infrastructure Network, popularly known as SAPRIN, which is a long-term investment into a national research infrastructure, is funded by ourselves and hosted by the MRC. It has contributed to establishing a national migration and urbanization forum with national cabinet oversight. A specialized study of internal migrants and their health and economic well-being is conducted at one of the nodes of SAPRIN, in which about half of the cohort of 3,000 young adults are temporary migrants and half are not. What we then did is we triangulated the SAPRIN data with migrant cohort data and national census data that has provided a good foundation for the policy evidence that is needed by this forum that has been established. So this is a case of how do you use data and science to inform decision-making. Again, a multi-country African study on the excess of mortality experience from COVID-19 got underway, with the 3 founding SAPRIN nodes participating. They're using standardized verbal autopsy tools validated by the World Health Organization to establish the cause of death for every person that died in a SAPRIN nodal population and the equivalent population research infrastructure in other countries. A very useful, again, data collection in order to inform policy. During Q1, we participated in a mining indaba in Cape Town as part of the South African Mineral Extraction Research Development and Innovation Program, SAMEDI, and we also participated in the manufacturing indaba in June, where a substantive exhibition provided the opportunity for 5 manufacturing-related technology stations. The collaborative exhibit attracted a great deal of interest and also follow-on leads for the respective technology stations. This joint representation was deemed a great success and hope will be repeated in 2023. In Q1, the Waste Research Development and Innovation Roadmap presents a structural approach to waste RDI over a 10-year period as a means of supporting the implementation of national policy strategy and planning on waste and secondary resource management in South Africa. So we had two technology packages that were produced in partnership with the National Treasury on developing the South Africa Waste Pickers Registration System. This system is envisioned to be a master list, the one system in the whole country that contains all the registered and verified waste pickers and reclaimers, both South African and not South African, documented and undocumented. So again, as part of just understanding who is out there, this is a very important component of our science to inform policy. In Q1, we have a smart village that was rolled out as a culture-led smart village indigenous architecture. Very proud about this. What is a smart village? It's a developmental concept driven by innovative solutions based on the community indigenous knowledge system. Cultural resources, economic resources, social resources, and environmental resources repurposed to build resilience and create socio-economic opportunities. So in collaboration with TUT and Nyandeni Royal House, we rolled out the first smart village indigenous architecture using indigenous technologies pilot project at the Nyandeni local municipality. Just to give you a flavor, this is conceptually what it looks like. So it's a mixed-use smart rural village. And you can see on the inset what is in the village. So it's a community radio station, theater museum, IKS-led village shopping center and government offices, indigenous cultural and creative industries, mini civic theater, the list goes on and on and on. So the Nyandeni municipality further ensured that this project is included in its integrated development plan 22-27, and it has been adopted as one of the critical IDP strategies and will be presented to the State of the Province address in 23. So again, we're very, very excited about this. We also have the Innovation Bridge portal, which is a portal and that helps startup community to link up with investors. So this was launched on the 17th of May, 2022, and it is an initiative of the DSI supported by the World Bank Group and the Department of Small Business Development and is managed by the CSR. It aims to be the ultimate catalyst in providing an enabling environment for entrepreneurs and innovators to thrive and thus promoting economic growth and job growth in Africa. As I say, essentially a platform where the innovators would register the innovative ideas they have, and we have funders that then go into this portal to look at these innovations, and then they engage with them, and then they could fund them. On the ICR, we're happy to say that the ICR program participated in and convened virtual and physical activities during European Open Science Open Forum, ESOF in 22, and then aim was to profile South Africa as a preferred partner for international collaboration with European partners through an exhibition that also promoted the World Science Forum that we're hosting next week. Also participated in the EU Global Action on Space Africa event with the theme Current and Future Opportunities with EU-Africa Cooperation in the space domain. We also have 4 emerging young Black female researchers that have been selected to participate in the next European Science Open Forum next year. And this is the result of an open call to historically disadvantaged institutions, in particular, through the SSTAP website. We also held the 4th meeting of the BRICS Working Group on Photonics, which was held in Brazil. where a presentation on the photonics ecosystem of each partner country was shared, and the roadmaps for the 5 photonics subgroup were discussed, including a proposed virtual institute of photonics of BRICS. So we continue to drive the BRICS agenda, and China hosted the 7th BRICS Young Scientist Forum and the 5th BRICS Young Innovative Prize, with the theme of Inspire Youth Potential, Shape BRICS Future, which is an excellent platform for developing young scientific, innovative, educational, cultural, and friendship links through this Young Scientist Forum. And then lastly, something that we are really proud of and excited about, were a memorandum of understanding of agreement with Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, for the implementation of this project called the Project for the Development of New Ammonia Synthesis System using Renewable Energy and Hydrogen. This is under the Science and Technology Research Partnership for Sustainable Development Program, SATREPS, as we have with Japan, and this is a 5-year collaboration project aligned with the South African Hydrogen Society roadmap, because the ammonia is a very important fuel and it has huge opportunities to help us in the just transition. So we're really happy about this. The World Health Organization, the Regional Office for Africa's Regional Expert Committee, visited South Africa to monitor the country's capacity to conduct African natural medicines research and development, clinical trials and manufacturing. So at this visit, we have an initiative called PILA, a traditional medicine prepared from 4 African medicine plants that was developed through the University of the Free State and a DSI fully funded medicine program against COVID-19 infection. So they looked at this program, and the delegation presented positive feedback to all stakeholders on the 24th of June, a meeting that was attended by our Deputy Minister, Mr. Puti Manamela. We also continue to participate in global research programs, and we were happy that Dr. Edward Nkandimeng was appointed by the management of the tile calorimeter group of the Atlas experiment that is at CERN in Geneva to lead the team for the low voltage power supply project. This is a big issue where the South African expertise is realized in a global project. So Dr. Edward Nkandimeng leads a community of physicists and engineers from the United States and Europe. So again, South African science, engineering, and leadership being recognized in Europe. Ryan Mackenzie, a Wits PhD student, has been chosen to undertake the roles of Deputy Run Coordinator and then Run Coordinator of the Atlas Hadronic Tile Calorimeter. And this international team will deliver critical electronics to upgrade the tile calorimeter of the Atlas detector. Program 4 convened the South African Basic Sciences Platform, SAPSPLAT, a program of activities planned to celebrate the UNESCO International Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development 2022. The activities planned will focus on the links between basic sciences and the Sustainable Development Goals. We also have 5 notable projects that dominated achievements in science in this quarter. A Wellcome Trust-funded Mental Health Prize was also awarded for using SAPRIN that I shared earlier on longitudinal data to develop and validate a digital tool to predict symptoms for depression and anxiety among young people in South Africa. So then just to go through the targets, moving from the highlights, you can see in Q1, 22, we achieved 6 naught, translate to 79% and 21 respectively. In Q2, 79% and 21%, more or less the same. So this is just the evolution of the midterm targets, 88, 92 in the last 2 years, and now we're 79. We're worried about this, but we're working hard on making sure we are always above 80 for this. So this just gives you what was achieved in Q1 for the different programs. you can see that program 2 stand out as not having achieved 50%, and we were very, very worried about this. And then, of course, program 3 and program 4 also worried, but we're working hard to catch up on this. And this is, again, just see, quarter 2, you can see again the decline in program 1, decline in program 2 of what was achieved, and then seem to have done okay 3, 4, and 5. So we always track the reasons for the delays in achieving the targets. It's either process delays where this refers to under or non-achievement due to factors not within our control. The achievement of such targets is mainly dependent on outside stakeholders, but we try and look at remedial action, and we'll be sharing these with you. Ineffectiveness of the implementers, which refers to non-achievement due to deficiencies during the implementation phase, and we always put corrective measures to work with implementers. And then sometimes there are challenges in the formulation of targets, and we also try and make sure that we address that as we go along. So in quarter 1 target, in quarter 1, we were hoping to have 50 trainees upskilled, and we didn't have this. And this is as a result of NIPMO training initiatives that are executed in collaboration with WIPO. It was initially planned for June 22, but the parties had to postpone the training to July, and hence it was not included in the quarter. So we are not worried about this. We were supposed to have 120 new disclosures received from publicly financed and development institutions where we track the early indicators of innovation. We got 93 disclosures instead of 120. As I've said, the number of disclosures received are directly reliant on or related to the amount of research conducted within the institutions and capacity of the institutions to solicit and review such disclosures. Action is to resolve this. To resolve this includes NIPMO will continue to encourage institutions to get more sound disclosures from their researchers. One of the measures we're putting in place is to really work fairly closely with the institutions, not to have the quantity of disclosures, but also the quality that then get taken to technology development and ultimately to products. So we'll continue to track this. We were supposed to have 7 international resource leveraging engagements. We had 6. We had limited opportunities that were available during the quarter, and some have been moved or delayed to quarter 3. So we hope we'll be able to get back to this target. 150 South African students participating in international training programs. There were only 31. The underachievement is due to reporting from international partners that usually come in the last quarter because we have to have data that is verified by our internal audit. So again, we are not that worried about this. And the delivery of the first 4 L-band receivers, we had all of these receivers have been manufactured, but have not been tested for site acceptance. So this is, again, the delay as a result of the dish that was delayed to be delivered on site. And then we were supposed to have 3 bilateral engagements. We only had 2. This is the relationship between DSI and SACNASP that has now been scheduled or was scheduled for the 22nd. So hopefully this will have been done by now. So quarter 2 not achieved. We were supposed to have reached out to 300 youth. We are not reporting this because we don't have adequate evidence of the 18,000 youth that the South African National Space Agency provided. So we are resolving this by engaging with them that we need data and evidence of the youth that they have reached out. So we're working fairly closely with SANZA. We, in fact, are confident that by the 3rd quarter, we'll be able to report on this with data that can be verified. We were supposed to have 100 trainees upskilled in the tech transfer functions. We only trained 88, and this is due to the postponement of the WIPO-NIPO Innovation Policy Workshop, and this has been postponed to Q3. We were supposed to have 12 SMMEs contracted and or assisted with business development and commercialization. Only 4 were contracted. The target formulation was incorrect. The program will go back to the implementing agencies and explain in much more detail what is required, so that again, we have better quality data that we can provide. So it's the same issue as the space agency one. South African students participating in international training, we had 14, same as in Q1. And then 8 L-band receivers, only 4. The service provider has now delivered the other remaining receivers, so we should be able to report at the next quarter. And then on the pre-approval decisions that we should report on 90 days for tax incentives, we had system challenges, and we are working with IT and CSIR to make sure that all the data that is needed to be used for proof of reporting is retrieved in the system. So may I hand over to our finance CFO, Robert, to go through Q1, Q2 financial reporting, and I'm happy to move the slides for you.
Thanks, DG. Morning, Honorable Chair. Morning, Honorable Members. Morning, DSI colleagues. Morning, colleagues from Department of Higher Education. I will be sharing with you the spending performance for the 2 quarters as DG indicated. The department was allocated 9,133 million for the year up to the second quarter. The 9 billion was allocated in the following way. Compensation of employees was given 345 million. Goods and services 222 million. Transfer and subsidies, which received the biggest chunk of our budget, 8,554 million. Payment for capital assets 11,200,000. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, DG. Next slide, please. DG.
I'm trying to move, Robert, so it's the same thing. Sometimes I think if you have stopped for too long, I'm going to stop sharing and try again.
Okay.
I'm battling, I don't know why. And this one. Okay.
Okay.
Happy, Robert?
Yeah, thank you, DG. For the first quarter, our plan was to spend 2,148 million. We managed to spend 1,096 million, which is only 12% of our planned spending. We have an variance of 1,051, which is 48% of our planned spending. As members can see, our spending for the quarter was not as we would have liked it to be. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Robert, this thing, reasons I don't understand now, just...
It's freezing.
Yeah,
DG, I think it's also not happy with the spending patterns.
yeah, it's been working all along, so I don't know why.
Yes, it was working all along.
I'm battling, Robert. Maybe you should share from your side. Are you able to? Can you load on your side, Robert?
Let me try DG. Is it projecting? Is it projecting? It looks like it is moving.
We can see the presentation, but it's not on the slide mode, and it seems like it's taking a long time to load.
It's not on the slide smooth.
No, it's not. Let me try one more time, Robert. Maybe this time it will work. Just stop on your side. Oh, same thing, just isn't moving.
And when you try the arrow at the bottom of the application or the platform software, what is this thing called? Of the platform, there's sometimes arrows, white arrows in the right corner, I think, or left corner, sorry.
Yeah, it's not showing on my screen, so I really don't know.
Should we try, can someone else project?
Okay. Try, Robert. Hopefully it's going to continue to behave.
Yeah, okay, no, thanks. Thank you. In terms of economic classification, under compensation, our plan was to spend 90 million. We only spent 83 million. And we have a variance of 7,667,000, which is 8.4% of the planned spending. Under goods and services, we only managed to spend 57,225,000. I'm sorry, we plan to spend 57,225,000. We only managed to spend 36,702,000. And we have a variance of 22 million, which is 38.8% variance. Under transfers and subsidies, our plan was to spend 1,999,000,000. We only managed to spend 1,024,000,000. We only managed to spend 976,000, which is significantly below what we had planned to spend, as members could see in the previous slide. And the variance there is 51.3%, which is quite significant. Under payment for capital assets, our plan was to spend 1 million. We only spent 800,000. We have a variance of 21.4%. Next slide, please, DG.
I'm back with the same problem, Robert.
In the same.
It seems to move one slide at a time and then it stops again. So I've asked Shanaz if maybe she could move from her side, because it seems like we seem to have a problem. Shanaz, are we winning? Any luck?
Sanas helping us.
Yes, thanks. So if you move to the finance slides and put it on a full screen. I think we have slide 48.
I think it's 44.
$44.
Yeah, 44. And I think it's the next next slide. Move from that one, go to the next one, and the next one. Yeah, thanks. That's the one. Thank you, Shanas. Okay, in terms of programs, maybe if you put it on the slide mode, presentation mode, make it a bit bigger. Yeah, thanks. That's the one. In terms of programs, under program 1, our planned spending was 92,396,000. We managed to spend 68,409,000. We couldn't spend 23 million, which is 26% variance. Under program 2, our plan was to spend 208,986,000. We only managed to spend 222,852,000, and we couldn't spend 58,134,000, which is 20.7% variance. Under program 3, our plan was to spend 23,603,000, and we only spent 23,756,000. Under this program for the quarter, we exited the quarter by 0.6%. And program 4, our plan was to spend 1,150,000,000. We only spent 354,216,000. We couldn't spend 796 million, which is significantly underspent by 69.2%. Under program 5, our plan was to spend 861 million. We only spent 427, which also is showing a significant underspend of 50%, which translates to 433 million. Next slide, please. I think we can pass this one because it is the same as that one. For quarter 2, our planned spending, we plan to spend 5,636,000,000. We only spent 4,551,000,000. We have a variance of 1 billion as 74, which is a 19.1% variance. Next slide, please. Under programs, economic classification, compensation of employees, our plan was to spend 181 million. We only spent 163 million. We couldn't spend 17,879,000, which is 9.8% variance. Goods and services, our plan was to spend 115,901. We only spent 105,354,000. We couldn't spend 10,547,000, which is translate to 9.1% variance. Under transfers, our plan was to spend 5,336,000. We only spent 4,289,000. We couldn't spend 1,047,000, which translates to 19.6%. Under payment for capital assets, our plan was to spend 1,991,000. We spent significantly high there by the 3 million. We have 1 million variance, which is higher as compared to what we plan to spend, or 54%. And the reason being, there were some of the procurements that were procured late as per the plan. Hence, the spending under that item was quite significant. Next slide, please. Program 1, our plan was to spend 183 million. We only spent 164 million, which is 19 million variance, which translates to 10.4%. Under program 2, our plan was to spend 757 million. We only spent 460,621,000. We couldn't spend 296 million, which translates to 39.2%. Under program 3, we plan to spend 89,546,000. We only spent 53,068,000. We couldn't spend, that one is apologies for that. We couldn't spend 36,476,000, which translates to 40.7%. Under program 4, our plan was to spend 3,412,000. We only spent 3,031,000. We couldn't spend 330,593,000, which translates to 11.2%. Under program 5, our plan was to spend 1,194,000. We only spent 852,000. We couldn't spend 342 million, which translates to 28.7%. Next slide, please. And this is just an explanation of the variances. And I think we can pass this slide. But maybe let's go back, maybe just to highlight something on the slide, Shanas. What we did with regards with regards to our slow spending, during the quarter we effected variance amounting to 479 million to slow spending items from those that were not spending. As members could see, there were quite a number of areas where our spending was significantly low. So we shifted money to those areas that required funding to ensure that we balance the slow spending. Next slide, please. Some of the challenges for us not to spend under compensation is the delays in filling of prioritized posts. But at the moment, the recruitment process is in full swing. We have indicated during the annual report presentation that the recruitment process is in full swing. Quite a number of positions have been advertised. We foresee that most of the positions will be filled by the end of this financial year. Under goods and services, there was a delay in receiving some of the invoices, particularly with regard to the upgrading and also audit fees. We are following up on those, but we also shifted funds from this area, amounted to, we actually took about 18 million out of goods and service, goods and service, to move it to capital as a result of not spending. We took 8 million as a result of not spending to ensure that this area does not significantly underspend. Next slide, please. Under the transfers, some of the reasons DG did indicate as process delays, while some of our projects were not achieved, some of our targets were not achieved. The slow spending by some of our implementing agencies, delays in finalizing some of the contracts, not giving reports on time, not spending 90% as we would have wanted. So those are some of the things that made us not spend as we would have liked, and also, as DG indicated, not achieve some of our targets as we wanted. So what we have done, we have requested catch-up plans from the programs so that they can find out what are the challenges that are causing us to not spend as we want, what are the reasons for the slow spending. And also, as indicated, we did move funding from slow spending items to those that are spending. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Here as well, we've just given some of the mitigations, what happened, what's going to happen to ensure that we don't perpetually have this current slow spending challenges. So we effected funding, as I've indicated, from slow spending areas to those that require funding. And also we, as I've indicated, positions are being prioritized, and the filling of position is in full swing. Under goods and services, we have shifted money here as well to other programs that are having challenges with regard to the transfers. And also under the transfers, as I've indicated, 479 was shifted to other programs that required funding during this period. Next slide, please. We have also shared the spending on procurement. Under Q1, we only spent 10 million. The 10 million was spent as follows. Under small medium enterprises, we spent 5 million. And under the total spending, apologies there seems to be a problem. Apologies, the slide is not supposed to be like this. This spending is for the second quarter. Apologies there. Let's go to the second slide. Under the second quarter, we spent 21 million under this quarter. 11 million was on small and medium enterprises. The black companies, we spent 17 million, and women-owned companies, we spent 10 million, and youth companies, we spent 3 million. In terms of percentage, 54 million was spent under small and medium enterprises, 80% was spent under black-owned companies, 46% was spent under women-owned companies, and 15.9% was spent under youth-owned companies. Next slide, please. We also tried to show an aggregate spending of how we have spent during the quarter aggregated. We spent 82 million, 17 million was for small and medium enterprises, 26 million was for black-owned companies, 14 million was for women-owned companies, and 4 million was for youth-owned companies. In terms of percentage, small, medium, and micro enterprises, we spend 55.2%, black-owned companies 82.4%, women-owned companies 46.3%, and youth-owned companies 13.3%. Next slide, please. We tried to show how we are performing in terms of payment of our invoices. Here we are just showing an average number of days that it takes for the department to process its invoices. On average, we are for the 2 quarters, we were taking 7 days to process payment, which is comparable with the prior year. Next slide, please. And for the 6 months that we are reporting on, all our invoices were paid within 30 days. All those that were valid, that did not have any, were paid within 30 days. Next slide, please. I think that is the end of my slide. Thanks, DG, and thanks, honorable members.
DG? I don't know if DG Mjaha has been kicked off the platform. Who else from, trying to see. Dr. Masiramule, I don't know who else is here.
Sorry, Chair. Yes.
Okay, I also see Dr. Moafes here. So either colleague can just try and wrap up for us. No.
Look, good morning, Chair, and honorable members. I think in terms of the our performance, you did see that we, in some cases, we are a bit behind, but because I feel we'll feel very confident that we will will catch up with regards to our performance before the end of the financial year. But also, I think that in terms of issues around transformations and youth, you can see that through ICR, we're doing a really excellent job. And I think we are hoping to replicate those activities more. And then also, I think in terms of issues around, I would say in terms of reporting, that's something that we'll be working on. I know in some cases, some of the targets are new targets, and that's in part why we're struggling with the new reporting requirements. So I just like to end there.
Thank you, Dr. Maseru. Dr. Moafe, is there anything else you would have added? Okay, I think we're fine then, because I'm not hearing any sound come through. I saw your mic go open, but there's no sound coming through. Okay, Mr. Dutoy, are we fine? Can we move on to the next?
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
department?
All good for me.
Okay. Okay, I see that Dr. Moafe has just written in the chat. So I think colleagues were fine, and we can then move on to, thank you very much to colleagues from Science and Innovation. We're now gonna move on to higher education, led by DG Sishi. DG?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good morning to you and the members of the Portfolio Committee. Collectively and individually, I greet you, thanking you for giving us this opportunity. May I also recognize my colleague, DG Mjwaha, who's just made a presentation, parts of which are exciting us. But obviously, I think that collectively, as the two DGs in this ministry, we have to work harder to improve on certain areas, as it will show in my own presentation. Chairperson, I bring you the greetings of our minister and our deputy minister, and on the screen you can see the vision of our department, and presenting at this period. We will also try to show how we have recognized the fact that whereas there are significant achievements, which we will articulate, there are areas where we need to improve. And so our emphasis in the first and the second quarter has been about two key issues. One is to increase and improve our capacity to perform, and secondly, setting up systems that puts us on a trajectory of improvement. I will be assisted in my presentation by my two colleagues, the newly appointed Chief Director for Planning, Mr. Reineth Mkiba, and I'm happy to announce, Chair, that we've recently appointed about 5 Chief Directors in the system, and that includes the CEO of the National Skills Authority. So when I speak about we have been on, very focused on increasing our capacity, that's what I mean. And I take this opportunity before I present to also introduce my colleagues, the Deputy Directors General of our department, who are here with us, Chairperson, and all of them. And I'm grateful to have this kind of a team at my disposal. I feel that we will, given the opportunity, make South Africa proud. I also wish to indicate, Chair, that Cabinet has, in the last 2 days, approved the appointment permanently of the Deputy Director General for University Education in the Department of Education, which therefore means we've got a full complement of all top executives of our department, all permanently employed, and this is really important to us. And I congratulate Dr. Marcia Sopikwa for her appointment by our cabinet, and wish to indicate that we are going to work very hard to improve on the outcomes of and the performance of the system. I can see that Giva is struggling with network, but we'll keep trying. At some point, I'm going to go ahead and just present Mr. Giva without your, because I do have my presentation on my side as well. Chairperson, I think the first thing that I wish to show is that the vision of the department is that of an integrated, coordinated and articulated PSET system for improved economic participation. I think it's very important that I indicate that we are really focused in this. I will make reference to what I've done recently to just put together the entire department, look at its entities, look at their strategic plans, and kind of identified levers for driving change, for driving transformation across all entities of the Department of Higher Education, which we are very excited that we have done so. We have a responsibility to drive, this vision through specific programs, and that one of those is that of ensuring a highly articulated system. And we will also show how, the CET sector, is such a focus for us, in this regard. Next slide. The 5-year strategic plan outcomes that we are chasing, and taking into account that we are halfway towards the end of the end of the administration, ensuring expanded access to post-school education and training opportunities, ensuring we improve quality of PSET provisioning, but also not forgetting that all the top 4 areas are important, but they have to be driven through a functional and efficient business operations within our department and our entities. And whereas this might not be seen to be a strategic lever, but it is a driver for the success or in the attainment of the outcomes we have set. We are very humble, and we are very cautious in declaring achievements in any area. So we don't take lightly the fact that even in areas where we have achieved, we still can do better. The department received an unqualified audit opinion, and I'm still bitter about it because we had one issue that stood between us and a clean audit, which we've been looking for over years, which was an administrative issue of just data collection. Otherwise, the department had no matters that the Auditor General is concerned with, except the fact that in certain areas of the system across all our entities, there are entities that worry us And we are going to show later on in the presentation how we're going to be working to ensuring that those entities also catch up with the rest that are actually doing very well. And I'm happy with this. I recall Honorable Letsi at some point, and I think it was Honorable King as well, saying, and yourself, Chair, that we need to look carefully at this thing of paying our invoices on time and ensuring that our creditors are paid within this period. I'm happy to report that all valid invoices received from our creditors were paid within 30 days. This is very important because it's part of a strategy for supporting SMMEs, but also for ensuring that we are online with the national priorities for economic development and the implementation of the ERRP strategy. More than 80% of all our disciplinary cases were resolved within 90 days. This again was an area where we had reported problems, but I think you can actually see that as we improve the capacity of the department, we are also in such areas improving the performance in the areas that in the past were reported to be problematic. Of course, not in all areas, but I'm happy to see the areas that are responding positively. Appointing implementing agents to assist the management of certain aspects of infrastructure. I had committed from the onset that one of the reasons why there was poor expenditure on infrastructure, it was the poor capacity of our department. I have identified implementing agents of government departments, 4 of them, and appointed them to support the department so that in this area, 2 things are achieved. First, to improve the capacity of the officials that are there in the department, train them, lift their level of performance to that which is comparable to the private sector, and working with these implementing agents to ensure that service delivery does not suffer in that process. We are going to be watching them very carefully. Where there is poor performance on any implementing agent, projects allocated to them will be moved to another implementing agent that is performing. They know this very well, and we've ensured that in our contracts and service level agreements, these are clearly indicated. We have held consultations with TVET colleges and all our institutions, universities, CHE and well as SAQA, to not only just consultation, also to plan together. It's the first in the department, it's the first in the history of our department that we do this, to pull all our institutions in one place and come up with a plan for the sector so that we are able to eat up the issues around the strategic objectives of the department that have been obstinate over the years. We are happy that we are working close and even closer with the DBSA, particularly on the 2 areas, which is the coordination of the RPL policy. There is no possibility of achieving a highly articulated system unless you improve the RPL system, because that's your assessment, instrument that allows those who have acquired experience in their areas to move with their credits across the system and develop further. And this is one of the dreams that we had prior to our democracy. And when we see these things now being implemented and we are reporting success in them, it feels like the dreams of the founding fathers of our democracy are being achieved. The DBSA's directives on policy guidelines and procedures for the implementation in the public service, these have been finalized, and we are now talking about implementation. The fact that we have completed the student funding, proposals, and we are already, we've already tabled them to cabinet, and cabinet has already directed us that we must finalize consultation. And I sit here presenting to the honorable members of the portfolio committee, together with my having already significantly covered a great deal of stakeholders, particularly students, in the funding model. And we are already receiving further inputs from our stakeholders. We are on a trajectory of coming up with a much spoken about a comprehensive student funding model. Chairperson, the development of the sustainable funding model for colleges, particularly a model that will ensure appropriate funding formula to fund basic college operations, enrollment planning, programs and qualifications, has been achieved. And we are going to use the CET, Chair, to actually drive the broader model, student funding model, because they provide us with an environment where we could experiment with proposals and then generalize in the entire population of the landscape, once we have tested them within the CET environment. So CET is ahead in this regard, and we are very happy that also this shows that to us, CET is a strategic lever for us to drive the transformation of the sector, particularly the implementation of the white paper on post-school education and training. We have made satisfactory progress. Others will say significant achievement, particularly on accreditation of 35 pilot community learning centers. 12 of these have undergone accreditation process already. 4 were accredited, and the approval of 8 of them has already been granted and certificates awarded. And in 29 of these centers at different stages are accreditation processes that will see the whole sector benefiting from the 6 of the TVET colleges have signed protocols with industries for the placement of TVET college students. And we, in terms of our placements, we have reached more than 8,000 placements at this point in time, and more than significantly covered the ground towards attainment of the targets we have set of about 10,500 placements. And we are projecting that in this regard, we will double the target that we have set. And this is associated with the good work that has been done by the TVET branch, in engaging this by the skills branch. Both my colleagues, DDG Mvalo and DDG Zungu, are working together. What I love about this team is that this is a team that is prepared to kill the silos in the department. We are working as a team without limitations of areas that you are responsible for in the interest of service delivery. I am sure that sooner we are going to see significant improvements in this regard. Identified college programs that will integrate digital skills training. Particularly in this regard, I wish to highlight that we've started with a transformation program for the curriculum for the TVET sector. And we will announce the processes that we will embark upon in this regard. But here, the NCV Electrical Infrastructure Construction and NATET Report 191 is one area that has been identified in the college projects for development and integration into our digital skills strategy. I'm going to be much faster in the areas that follows, and I'm going to call upon Mr. Mgiba to just rush through this, and I will come back to later on to summarize after the CFO has completed the financial aspects of the presentation. May I indicate that the CFO of our department has done an excellent job in ensuring that the financial management of our department continue to improve, and I think it's going to show in the presentation as well. Thank you, Chair. And now I'm handing to the head of planning for the department.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, colleagues from both the Department of Science and Innovation and Department of Higher Education and Training. Chair, I'm going to provide a quick overview of the performance during the period under review. This slide seeks to summarize how we fared in terms of Q1 and also Q2. There were 15 targets during the first quarter, and 7 of those have been achieved, translating to 47%. In Q2, there were 28 targets, and 17 of those were achieved, which translates to 61%. In addition, Chair, during the second quarter, the 2 targets that were not achieved in the first quarter were also achieved in the second quarter. Now, in terms of Q1, this slide depicts performance for Program 1 administration, which had 4 targets, and the 2 of those were achieved, translating to 50%. And I'm going to just dwell on the targets not achieved. The 2 targets not achieved include the vacancy rate, which we were supposed to have maintained it to be below 10%. Unfortunately, we were at 11% in the first quarter. And that is attributed, Chair, to the fact that we are reviewing the department as organizational structure. And in addition, also as part of the post-provisioning norms process at DHET college level, we have also identified posts that need to be filled, which are still in the process of being filled. We were also supposed to have maintained network connectivity at around 98%, but we are slightly below that at 97.68%, and that is attributed to the fact that we experienced a router, power cuts, and which affected the router at our head office. Now, Program 2 had 2 targets, and both the targets were achieved, as you can see. In Program 4, DHET, there were 4 targets, and 3 of those were achieved, translating to 75%. And that includes, the fact that we were able to release examination results, from the targeted 40 days to about within 33 days. But also in terms of the period it takes to issue certificates, the target has always been 3 months, but this has been achieved at within 2 months. In terms of the target that was not achieved during the first quarter for this program, we had targeted to have 12 public DHET colleges signing at least 2 protocols with industry. Chair, we could not achieve this, and this is attributed to the fact that there were delays in the submission of data from DHET colleges. But as you will see in the second quarter, there was some improvement in as far as this target is concerned. Now, Program 5 had 2 targets, one of which was achieved. The target not achieved is the one that relates to payments of SETA mandatory grants to employers. We are targeted to 75% of that. And once again, during the first quarter, there were no grants paid to employers. And that is as a result of the slow processing of grants by the majority of our SETAs. And so, sorry for the repeat sentence there. In terms of Program 6, there were 3 targets. 1 was achieved, translating to 33%. The targets that were not achieved, one is we had targeted to have 95% of the CET colleges meeting standards of good governance. This was not achieved at 90%. And 4 of the 5 governance dimensions that are also part of our assessment process were not complied with by councils, and this is being followed up to ensure that there is improvement as we move forward. The second one is we had targeted to have DHET colleges complying with the policy on the conduct and management of examinations and assessment. All of our DHET colleges had been targeted to comply, but only 91% during the first quarter could comply with the policy. And this is attributed to the fact that there were 3 examination centers that conducted examinations in an unconducive environment. And as a result, there were areas that could not be complied with. In terms of the second quarter, Chair, Program 1 had 6 targets, and only 1 of the 6 was achieved, which translates to 16%. The targets that were not achieved includes the payment of creditors within 30 days, notwithstanding the fact that this was achieved in the first quarter. There was a slight underperformance in that 1% could not be processed as a result of delays which were experienced during the second quarter because of unexpected office closure. But in terms of business continuity, there were measures that were put in place to ensure that this doesn't worsen. Also, in terms of the vacancy rate, we continued in the second quarter to experience a challenge in maintaining our vacancy rate to below 10%. And once again, this is attributed to the fact that the department is in the process of reviewing its organizational structure. And I must say, this is at the tail end of the process. We should be seeing improvement going forward as we engage and consult with the PSA and the National Treasury for the requisite funding required. Also, in terms of connectivity, once again, there's a slight underperformance in this area. We're targeted to have connectivity at 98%. We could only achieve 94.73%. And once again, this is attributed to unexpected office closures, but also the power cuts by Tshwane municipality, as well as load shedding. Then the other target also that was not achieved is the target on the procurement, public procurement spent on women. We had targeted 40%, we could only achieve 22%. And here, Chair and honorable members, this is attributed to the fact that procuring women-owned businesses directly is not legally possible given the applicability of the procurement policy framework regulations of 2017. And this is a matter that is really affecting all other departments, national departments, and both the DPME and National Treasury are looking into this area going forward. We had also targeted, Chair, to have a clean audit. I think DG did mention that we have achieved an unqualified audit. And we regarding this, Chair, as an area of concern. We would have loved to have a clean audit, as DG indicated. And this is attributed to the findings that the AG made in respect to performance information relating to the TVET college sector. We have, as DG indicated, put together an audit action plan to respond to not only the one issue that the AG has raised, but also other related matters that pertain to performance information in general. Program 2 had 8 targets in second quarter, and 6 of those, translating to 75%, have been achieved. But the work in relation to infrastructure, we had targeted to produce an implementation report on the Integrated Infrastructure Development Support Program. We had also targeted to produce a multifaceted student housing strategy. These 2 targets could not be achieved due to, in the main, lack of capacity, which has now been mitigated by the fact that we are now beefing capacity, and DG did indicate that we have appointed implementing agents to try and improve in this area. In terms of program 3, I think DG did indicate the one target that program 3 had was the MTT report on student funding. I think DG spoke comprehensively on this, and we are really excited that we have reached this milestone, which will really take us to the next level in terms of student funding. Program 4 had 7 targets during the second quarter, and 4 of those have been achieved, which translates to 57%. We had targeted to produce a draft progress report on cooperation agreement with Germany on safe set work. This was not achieved, Chair, and also it is a matter that is really concerning, because this is significant in as far as the TVET sector is concerned, and the fact that there are capacity challenges in the unit that is supposed to be working on this. We are really concerned, and we are really worried that this is really going to impact negatively, generally in terms of the work as it relates to the TVET sector. However, there are mitigations that have been put in place to try and address this matter going forward. As you would see in the APP, it's not only about producing a report, but it's also making sure that we institutionalize and making sure that the work as it relates to SafeSet gets to be undertaken by end of the financial year. The We had also targeted to produce a report on the eradication of a certification backlog. This was not achieved within the time frame of the second quarter. However, the report has been developed, and I have been told that the latest information is that the report has been processed. But as at the time of producing the report for the second quarter, it was a matter that was still being processed by the branch together with the Office of the Director General. Then lastly, we had targeted to have 13 TVET colleges signing at least 2 protocols with industry and for the placement of learners for workplace experience, but only 6 TVET colleges could sign the protocols. And this is because not all TVET colleges have reported on this indicator, notwithstanding the fact that there is work, as DG indicated earlier in his preface, that we are already hovering around 8,000 in terms of placement of our graduates for workplace experience. Program 5 had 3 targets, 2 were achieved, 67%. The target not achieved, once again, relates to the payment of mandatory grants, SETA mandatory grants to employers. You will recall that in the first quarter, there was no movement at all in respect to this target, but during the second quarter, at least 49% of the allocated grants were paid to employers. And also, this is as a result of the slow processing of grants by the majority of our SETAs. Lastly, Chair, Program 6 had 3 targets. 2 of those were achieved, translating to 67%. And the 1 target that could not be achieved relates to the compliance of the TVET colleges with the policy on the conduct and management of examination and assessment. Though there's a slight improvement from the first quarter, as 87% of those were compliant during the second quarter. And once again, that is attributed to the fact that there were some irregularities, particularly as it relates to the question papers that were due to be written by the students, and there were leaks, but also the other question papers were actually photocopied from one center and submitted to another. So that constituted about 13% of irregularities as opposed to the targeted 100%. Thank you, Chair. I think that was the last slide in respect to the performance for the 2 quarters under review. I think from this slide, we will now have information as it relates to expenditure in the same period under review. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Mr. Mgiva. Good morning to the chairperson, honorable members, the 2 DGs, ministers' advisors, and my colleagues. I'll be presenting the financial reports for both quarter 1 and quarter 2. We can move. So in terms of the appropriation, which is the allocated budget for the department in this reporting period, we have a budget amounting to 130.1 billion rand, and the budget is split into voted funds and skills development levies, as members will be aware. the voted funds was appropriated an amount of 109.5 billion rand, while the skills levy had an estimation of 20.6 billion rand. The functional programs of the department have not changed. We still have 6 programs from program 1 to program 6 as indicated on the slides, and I'm sure members are already familiar with these programs. And also the budget structure has not changed as substantially. The only change that had happened in this financial year, which was not the case in the prior year, was that the infrastructure budget has now been consolidated under the planning branch. And one of the reasons it was to make sure that we realize synergies in terms of the infrastructure deliveries in the sector, and also to make sure that there is equitable distribution of funding when coming to infrastructure. But we still have our university education branch as one of our biggest branches. As our biggest branches, rather, in terms of the budget allocation, we can see that from the 130 billion rand budget, about 89 billion is allocated and transferred to institution through that program, which is about 68% of the overall budget. We can move. So in terms of the expenditure overview for the first quarter, our operational expenditure, which is mainly our goods and services and capital expenditure for the tools of trade, was 2% higher than what we have reported last year during the same period. We had spent 38% of the budget, which is 96.9 million rand. We will see that when we progress with the presentation. And during the first quarter, which is the reporting period in this case, our biggest allocated budget branch, which is the university branch, dispensed about 46.5 billion rand, of which 22.2 billion was transferred to NSFAS. And then just over 1 billion rand was transferred to TVET colleges during the quarter, and 56 million rand was transferred to CET colleges. And we also then have the total transfer payments during the quarter amounting to 51.2 billion rand. We can move. So this is the report or expenditure analysis per program for this for the first quarter. We can see administration is at 22%, which is slightly lower when you consider the overall spending of the department. When you look at the bottom row, the overall spending of the department for the period, it was 41.2%, which is ordinarily higher, when you think about quarter one of the financial year. But I'm sure members will be familiar now with the PSET, that normally in the first quarter we transfer a lot of money to our institutions so that they can support the activities that are linked to the start of the academic year. Hence, normally our transfers in the first quarter are higher than, when you could compare them with other transferring department. And the planning branch, which is program 2, has got a substantially low spending at 1%. The reason for that is mainly because of the infrastructure transfers that were not effected during the reporting period, and I will speak about that a little bit later on when we discuss quarter two report. And I've already spoken about the university TVET and TVET transfers. Chair and honorable members, the community education and training branch still has the lowest allocation when you compare it with the other 3 subsectors. We, as a department, gradually, we strive to gradually increase the budget of this program. It is not easy because we reprioritize from what we already have in the system, as members are aware that there is no new money. But we are making progress, Chair and members, and when we present our APP for the next financial year in the budget, we will see some of the major, shifts, funding to the CET colleges and CET branch to support that sector. And what also we need to note is that our entities, particularly the SETAs and the National Skills Fund, they are also supporting this sector quite substantially, though the figures are not being accounted for here, but some of the budget that comes out of the skills levy is being appropriated to support the CET sector directly by both the SETAs and the NSF. We can move. So this is the same expenditure report, but being analyzed in terms of the economic classification. We see the compensation of employees, at 21% is slightly lower than what we had anticipated. Normally for compensation of employees in this first quarter, we target to, or we estimate rather, to spend about 25%. And the slower spending is attributed to some of the reasons that my colleague gave earlier on when he was presenting performance information, the issue of the organizational review, etc. Goods and services also is lower than expected in the period at 14%. Members will remember that all organs of state received a directive from National Treasury during this quarter, whereby we were told that tenders need to be held in abeyance, and because of that constitutional court judgment. So this had, an effect on delivery, particularly for goods and services, which is the area that is directly linked to tenders. But we will see in Q2 that the spending is starting to pick up. Transfer payment, we see them, they still the biggest portion, over 90% of our budget is being transferred. And as I presented earlier when I spoke about the budget structure, members will have noted that where do most of this transfer go to? Thank you very much. Can we move? So these are the details of all the transfers, broken down into finer details because earlier on I've given higher level, but still just looking at the slide, we have transferred 47.6 billion rand, and almost 46 billion rand of that has been transferred to universities and the National Skills Fund. Can move. And then we're moving to the second quarter now. I'm not going to present that slide because there were no changes in terms of the allocation. So it looks exactly the same as the one that I've presented initially. And in terms of the spending overview for this period, our spending generally, overall rather, has increased by 60%. Members will recall in the previous slide, we've reported a spending of 53.657 billion in the first quarter. We have then it has increased to 85.66 billion rand, and of which 10.150 of that is the money that is getting transferred to the SETAs and NSF for the skills development levy. Our operational expenditure also has increased, substantially from the 13.8% that I've reported to 33.9%. Now we also see the impact of, the lifting of that, instruction to procure. We can see now the impact, associated with this increment in spending. In terms of then the transfer, the picture also hasn't changed. University education branch also remained the biggest, transferring program at the amount of about 68 billion rand, followed by the TVET at just under 6 billion rand, and the CET at 1.3 billion rand. We can just move to the next slide. This is also the same information as we've seen in the first quarter. Also analyzed per program, we can see administration, we have almost doubled what we have reported in the previous quarter. I think it was around 22%. And also for the program 2, which is the planning branch, we have moved from the 1% that we had in the first quarter, 1% spending, to 7.5. This is still low, Chairperson and members, and the reasons are still the same, due to delays in transferring the infrastructure funding to institutions. And the DG has also touched on this earlier on, but also members and chair will recall that at the portfolio committee midterm review workshop that was held in August, the department presented its plans to reprioritize some of the budgets to support the community education training sector, and also shared some of the information that came out of the bilateral discussions with Treasury in terms of the department being requested to support the basic education, and that needed the department to do a rigorous exercise to do the reprioritization that will ensure that all those shifts of funding to the CET and possible DBE are done with minimal negative impact. But over and above that, as members are aware that the department, our institution had some challenges in spending, and so as a department in terms of giving support, we were conscious about transferring the funding. We needed to make an assessment and to make sure that we are transferring infrastructure funding to institutions really that will have capacity to spend. Otherwise, then we can see how then do we defer it and reprioritize it to areas that requires funding. So that took us longer, and it actually took us the entire 2 quarters, because there was also lots of consultations with the universities. But I wish to confirm that this was finalized in quarter 3. When we come back to report for quarter 3, we will see some improvement in terms of some of the funding that will have been transferred. Yes, we can move. I think other information self-explanatory. So this is the same, again, information presented in quarter 1, but this is now a progress in quarter 2 per economic classification. Compensation of employees remain below expectation at this point. We should at least have been at 50%. But because then we were now halfway, and members will know that, if I'm being recruited and start working in January, although my salary will have been budgeted from April, there is no way that it can be spent retrospectively. It can only be spent from January until March, which is the end of the financial year. So we were very aware during the adjustment budget process that positions that were not filled but budgeted for from the beginning of the financial year, there are no prospects of catching up with those. Therefore, we have made some adjustment that we approved and supported, through Treasury and through Parliament processes, because some funding had to be moved from compensation of employees, which is under Parliament's power to support, and we're happy that it was supported. We will give the details, Chairperson, when we present quarter 3, because at the end of September, those were not yet effected. But for the purpose of, maybe for the benefit of the members, to mention that some of the reprioritization we have supported NSFAS ICT systems. Members will know that this is one of the areas that have challenged NSFAS. We supported them with some budget last year. It was not enough, and then we have topped up that budget this year to make sure that they've got all the systems that they need to improve their efficiencies. But also to mention, we have also did some reprioritization the compensation of employees, though it's still within the compensation, but from other programs to support the CET sector to make sure that also it is well capacitated. They have 200 centers that do not have center managers, and they've got lots of vacancies in the finance in the finance area. So the reprioritization that we've made was very happy, Chair, that it will assist them to start the process to recruit the 200 center managers and to recruit the finance professionals rather, that will assist them, in improving some of their government processes. Yes, I think we can move. That's what I wanted to emphasize on that slide. We can move. So this is the detail of the transfers that were effected during the second quarter. We see from the 98 billion rand transfers, we've already transferred about 70.6 billion rand, and I think the information is showing on the slide. And and the transfers are still as per the budget structure, where we see universities and NSFAS, being the recipients of the biggest transfers. But also to mention on this is that other than except the infrastructure, the block grant subsidies and the subsidies to colleges, there are no backlogs. The transfers were on schedule. Thank you. Let's move. So this is just for information illustrating the movement of the spending. Is a trend in terms of the quarter, comparing both quarter one and quarter two. I know the machinery and equipment is quite alarming, but if we look at the budget, it's quite small, because this is really for our computers, our furniture. In terms of the rand value is quite small, but obviously in terms of the percentage wise, if there's a movement, then it will show that significant. But let's look at those reasons in the next slide. So compensation of employees, we've seen it has gone up substantially, though not in line with our projections. The implementation of the standardization and of the CET lecturers and the post-provisioning norms for the TVET colleges were finalized, and payments were effected during the second quarter. Hence, we've seen that increase. And the goods and services, coupled to issues of procurement regulations that we're told not to effect any procurement. We still had some lockdowns regulation that affected the spending of goods and services in quarter one, which we've seen some being relaxed in quarter two, and we've seen some of our spending picking up, particularly on travel, because it's one of our biggest spending item under operational costs. And then the machinery and equipment is the one I spoke to earlier on, where we see a significant increase. Is the payment of the computer licenses in the main, and the delivery of the laptops that happened in the second quarter. I think this is the end of it. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chairperson, we would like to make this is a submission of the Department of Higher Education and Training on the first and the second quarter performance. Thanking you, Chair, and members of the committee, because the progress we have made in areas where there is progress is also because of the significant contribution that you make in your own oversight roles to the department, and we acknowledge this. Secondly, also thank the Minister for his leadership in this regard, but also to indicate that at this point in time, we are not necessarily happy about our progress. We feel that we have concentrated on the right areas by putting systems in place, but it's now, the opportunity in the third quarter to show what it is that we have been doing. And we are confident that you will see the evidence of the improved performance in this regard. I wish to conclude by saying, Chair, that of the 10 programs that drive the vision of the department is the whole program around the green hydrogen, program led by DSI, which in the last 2 days the president has led in the summit, and we are in the next week going to be launching the study results regarding this, and our DG Njwaha would have made reference to it. But what's important, Chair, is that there are huge opportunities for local empowerment, huge opportunities for skills and workforce empowerment through the green hydrogen economy. And as a Department of Higher Education, our role is to develop human capital to realize these objectives. And therefore, the master skills plan, which we call the One Country, One Plan, which we are in the process of developing, has already in advance been consulted upon. I'm fresh from NEDLEC, where NEDLEC has indicated that we need to align that program to the social compacting program, where we have identified the roles and responsibilities of each stakeholder, because the success of our department, being one of the largest departments in the country with a large number of entities, is actually in our mobilization of our stakeholders to support us. And in this regard, this is a priority, and that's the source of confidence that we have about the prospects for success of our department. May I also indicate that somewhere in the presentation, we do indicate what we are doing in terms of consequence management, because whilst we're doing all of these things, we cannot allow governance to regress, because our focus is too much on the other hand. We are moving ahead. As you can see, the numbers are showing that we are increasing the number of people who are holding accountable in this regard. I'm focused on the NSF, and I'm focused on previous AG findings. And we've already set up an independent panel, which is going to look at all of these issues going back many years to hold everyone accountable, including the current leadership, where there are areas that are unsatisfactory. We hold ourselves accountable and we submit in that regard. And I thank all the members of the executive committee, including those whose names I've not mentioned today. DDG Gasa plays a very important role. DDG Fuchane is playing a very key role in getting us to move together as a department and without limitations of boundaries of the branch and the gaps in the policy that we implement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG Sishi and the team at the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you to the Department of Science and Innovation led by DG Njwaha. At this point, I'd like to note hands from honorable members who would like to engage on the two presentations we've received on the first and second quarter performance of the DSI and DHET. On my side, while I note hands, I see Honorable Itia, Honorable Boshoff. A few remarks in relation to DSI in particular. I think I'd appreciate some background, DG, on what are some of the incidents that led to the formulation of the open science policy. If you could maybe share one or two reflections that warranted the importance of this, just as some sort of background, also, in wanting to better formulate our support of the policy, and then and understand how the policy can. One has some sort of understanding, but just to highlight some of the real key areas where the policy can really assist us. And then, when I thought of it, I thought of, how as a globe, I think we would want an open science policy where there's greater sharing of information and knowledge across countries, particularly stemming from what we witnessed during COVID with the vaccination and so forth. With the vaccine and so forth. So, it would be interesting to understand from a local perspective what some of the challenges we've experienced in the past are. And then on slide 6, I think our data and the manner in which we presented it is not necessarily the way the committee has in the past expressed to want to see such data, because I think we highlight on what the committee advocates for. So because the committee also always advocates for the inclusion of Black young women, then we highlight that in the main, whereas we actually want to have a better breakdown of those figures. So if you could please send us a follow-up table of some sort that can indicate all the demographics that we've been left to do the maths of. So yeah, like we don't, not that we don't want to do maths, DG, but if you can just send us a more clearer breakdown of those, of that particular data on slide 6. And then we welcome the increased participation of South Africans in HERA. And I think it would be interesting to also see what the makeup of that growing cohort is. So if we're saying there's greater participation of South Africans in HERA, how does that look like? Who's the greater participation? Because I think we made it quite clear when we were at the SKA that we want to see greater representation, of course, within the SKA at a high level. Particularly, I think when we spoke about we called it a succession plan of science and innovation within the Northern Cape, looking at the fact that we also have schools, we also have Blake University, and then we have all these great scientific initiatives or programs there. And us wanting to see these young people there, us wanting to see these young people lead the SKA, lead Saral, and so we want to be able to monitor if this increased participation reflects the aspirations of transformation and representation that the committee speaks of. But definitely do welcome that increased participation of South Africans in HERA. And then under increased knowledge generation on slide 9, I just want to understand if we've been able to raise some of the concerns that we came across in February, particularly with the primary school that we interacted with at Sutherland. Have we able to make any progress with the Department of Basic Education in them accounting for a lack of management and maintenance of investments that were done by the Department of Science and Innovation in that school? Because I think we all agree that we can't, as the DSI, make contributions or investments to broader government, but people are, even if it was an investment within the DSI itself, where we saw a lab or a facility that wasn't upkept, we would have a problem. So I don't know if there have been any conversations in relation to that, because I think really we need to fix the state of the lab and the investment that we made there as the DSI. Also, I think this is the perfect time for us to have such conversations, so that maybe we can start 2023 at that particular school better. I'm told that my network is unstable, so please just do indicate when colleagues can't hear me anymore. We welcome the SA Waste Pickers registration system. Are there any timeframes maybe that you can share with us? How far are we? Is it still in ideation? Is it implemented? Where are we in terms of the SA Waste Pickers registration system? It's a really exciting program. We welcome it, but if we can just have timeframes on how far we are in relation to its implementation. And then in terms of the Smart Village, also really a very exciting initiative or program by the department. And and one really would want to go and see the smart village. In fact, when I was looking at the map, I was like, I wonder if it has some sort of Wakanda feel to it. And also wondering how, if we're using it as a catalyst of some sort to, or pilot to learn or, I don't know, conceptualize human settlement in South Africa. So what does planning of human settlements look like? And is the smart village giving us any ideas in relation to that, so that it can possibly be used to guide and shape how municipalities look at dealing with the increased population that we have, and how we ensure the settlement of those populations is more sustainable and futuristic. And so I really, and contributes to an inclusive society. So I'd really want to see if we're doing any work in relation to that with maybe the Department of Human Settlements. Then in relation to the Innovation Bridge portal, if you can kindly just send us maybe a 1 or 2 pager that expands a bit more on its work, because I think we were quite limited in our slide. But also maybe I'm not sure if we had referred to it when we dealt with the briefing on the commercialization of innovation for young entrepreneurs. So if we did speak to, I'm not sure, I can't remember if we did speak to this Innovation Bridge portal, but it does sound like an interesting concept. One would just like to have a bit more background on it. And then we also must note the consistent performance from the one quarter to the other, as reflected on slide 26 of your presentation. Those are just my inputs in relation to science and innovation. Let me then move on to Honorable Litier, followed by Honorable Boshoff, Sibia, and then Mananiso. Honorable Litier.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Both DGs, number of DGs on the platform, officials from the departments, and those that I may not have seen who are on the platform. Good morning to yourselves as well. Chairperson, I have 13 questions from Honorable Mahlatsi. So please bear with me. I know that you said I speak a lot and I must try and not speak too much, but I thought I must indicate that I already have 13 questions from Honorable Mahlatsi, whom I'm going to read because she's busy with her academic agenda. Let's welcome the presentations. Higher education, let's appreciate the point that the DG made earlier on, that the department is led on this matter by the CFO. This year they've improved from 90% of last or 99% of payment of service providers within the stipulated time to 100%. I don't want to say how important this thing is anymore, DG, because I'm sure you are aware. We made a lecture on this thing last year, but we really appreciate that we've moved to 100%. It's a progressive move. And we really appreciate it. And yeah, that was just the point I wanted to make. So I'll start with DSI. DG Mjwara, I know that this is not what we're dealing with today, but I thought it's important that I must indicate that on Wednesday, the 30th of November, On our emails, we received an anonymous email from a whistleblower who is complaining about an entity in your department called Nike. They allege that Nike has not had a permanent CEO since 2015, after the appointment of Dr. Mlungi Sikele in August of that year. But their complaint really is that under Dr. Kele, the environment at Nike is a living hell for staff in general. And I was quoting that part. They are claiming that they've whistleblown to the Public Service Commission, and then 3 investigations were carried out. But HR has kept itself reluctant on findings and recommendations for several years now. Staff there, apparently they've filed grievances against Dr. Kele at HR, and those grievances are piling up because HR is not addressing them. So please, DG, if you're aware, please take us through what comments on that part. I will really appreciate it. And then I'll go, my questions, Chair, I think you covered them on DSI, so I will not repeat them because I might be accused of speaking long. And then on DSI, your page 65, or according to page 65 of the SUA report, it states that spending is lower than projected by 3 billion or 5%, mainly under transfer payments to higher education institutions that were not made as projected, as well as a low spending on compensation of employees. I did hear the CFO trying to clarify the issue of January, April, March, and all of that. But my question then on this one is how many universities did not comply? Which on this one of transfers, which universities did not comply, and how are we as the department dealing with the matter? Again, the same page on program 1, expenditure is lower than projected by 6.1 million or 5.2% due to delays in filling of vacant funded posts and department operational expenditure on items such as S&T, training and development of employees, hiring of venues and usage of facilities for which invoices were not received and processed as anticipated. What are the reasons for non-compliance? What are the implications for non-compliance relating to late submission of invoices? Is it staff or service providers not complying? Has there been any consequence management in this regard if it was staff? Same page, program 2, spending is lower than projected by 2 billion or 97.5%, mainly due to delays in transferring infrastructure grants to universities and TVET colleges. These transfers did not take place as planned because some institutions had not completed their procurement strategy, implementation plan, and institutional capacity assessment. How many universities did not comply? Which universities did not comply? And how is the department dealing with the matter, and also how many TVETs and which TVETs, and how are we dealing with that? Same page, program 3, expenditure is lower than projected by 738.3 million or 1.6%. mainly due to the delays in transfer payments of grants to some higher education institutions as initially projected because they failed to submit their audited reports on time. How many universities did not comply? Which universities did not comply? And how has the department dealt with this? On program 4, spending is lower than projected by 265.3 million or 8.6% due to vacant funded posts that have not been filled as planned due to time it takes to process the high number of applications and delayed receipt of claims from examiners and moderators for services rendered in the 21-22 financial year. What is the status of filling of these positions? How many vacancies are there? Delayed receiving or receipting is a recurring issue. How can this be prevented in the near future? Program 5, spending is lower than projected by 35.5 million or 33.7% due to vacant funded posts not been filled as projected, as well as delays in processing invoices for items such as inventory materials and supply, travel and subsistence, and business advisory services. Processing invoices remains a challenge, DG. How can the department do to mitigate it? So what can the department do to mitigate it? For CET, spending is lower than projected by 25.5 million or 4.1%, mainly because claims for the remuneration of community education and training college lecturers were not received as expected and unfilled vacant posts. This seems also to be a recurring issue. How does the department intend to mitigate against this? And on quarter 2, on page 68 of SCOA report, you have underspent by 75.7 billion or 69.1% of the available budget. This is 4.7 billion or 5.9% lower than the projected expenditure, mainly under compensation of employees and transfer of the infrastructure and efficiency grants to universities and TVETs. What are the reasons for underspending in this regard? And then program 2, spending is lower than projected by 3.2 billion or 89.7%, mainly due to delays in transferring infrastructure grants to universities and TVET colleges. These transfers did not take place as planned because some institutions had not completed their procurement strategy implementation plan and institutional capacity assessment. Again, this occurred in the first quarter. How many universities did not apply? Which universities are this? And how is the department dealing with the matter? And then let me go to Honorable Mahlati's questions, Chair. They are also addressed to higher education. Question 1, preferential procurement requirements do factor in gender. Why does the department not create a qualifying criteria that prioritize women in procurement adjudication? What factors, or number 2, what factors are contributing to the slow processing of SITAs and what interventions are being undertaken? Number 3, implementing agents are not a silver bullet to infrastructure development. How does the department have the adequate technical capacity for planning and project management infrastructure development across the sector? What sustainable capacity structures should be developed in the department to manage the vast infrastructure development required in the sector? The growth of higher education is an important priority to expand access to higher education and training, noting that the adjustment was done to fund students by just over 1.3 billion. How will the department mitigate the shift of funds from allocations for infrastructure for the Salt Lake University and the University of Mpumalanga, and the allocation and shifts from the university education program? In relation to the process delay as a factor of non-achievement of targets. Planning is critical aspect which contributes to this weakness, and there is a government trend of underspending in the first quarter and second quarter. And how detailed is the planning for the first term? And departments usually catch up on targets on the third and fourth term. And how can this limitation be addressed? Chair, I've asked 5 questions. I think because, or maybe let me do the last 2 for higher education, and I will ask maybe Honorable Mananiso to finish. I'm tired. So I'm just going to ask Honorable Mananiso to deal with the science and innovation 1 questions of Honorable Mahlatsi. So the 6th question, the department in future should report to the portfolio committee the budgeted expenditure per program in each quarter and actual expenditure. What is the impact of the continuous variants to fund student loans and bursaries? Chair, let me end there. Like I said, I'll ask Honorable Mananiso to ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Litsie. I don't know how to feel about you saying you're tired of speaking, but noted. Honorable Sibia.
Is it not Boshoff?
Oh, sorry. I think Honorable Boshoff got cut off and then his hand went down. Okay, let's go to Honorable Boshoff, then Honorable Sibia. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Sibia. I should say I just lowered my hand because I thought it was my turn. But it doesn't matter. I could even go after Mom Sibia because it's ladies first. And now both me and Honorable Letsie went before her. I'll just ask 1 or 2 questions to the Department of Science and Innovation. You might have guessed that it is around the SKA and Sarao. There's I would say, a rather complicated exposition of the jobs being created. So many jobs were being created, and 80% of the jobs created in the Karoo went to locals. Now, the question is, of course, how many of the jobs which have been created were created in the Karoo, especially the full-time jobs. The construction jobs is fine. It injects money into the area, but it's not permanent. So the permanent jobs, of which 80% are made up from out of locals, how many is 100% in that case? Because we have the problem which I have expended a lot of attention to from before, but I will just briefly refer to it again. And that is that the area basically had one economic anchor, and that was agriculture. And then to that, one could add SASSA payouts for social, whatever, whoever it is paid for. But the social payments from SASSA, that is basically the two, those are basically the two anchors of the local economy. Now, to buy 130,000 hectares from out of agriculture takes that out of the economy, even though the previous owners were paid well. But that is out of the economy now, and that should be replaced by what the SKA does. That was the promise. So, okay, so let's say this one is replaced by the other, there's one anchor. And one of the big advantages cited once again is that that land is now conserved by the Parks Board, the National Parks Board. Now, according to my information, which I have seen last month, but I again made an inquiry just now, is that the Parks Board is still a terrible neighbor. There's no fences going up, no upkeep of roads are done. the problem animals which proliferate in the so-called nature reserve, but it's only a nature reserve if it's managed, but it's not managed. So it's not nice to be a neighbor of the Parks Board at the moment. Now it's easy for the DSI to say, well, it's not us anymore, now it's a Parks Board. But the DSI should have some leverage over the Parks Board to say, okay, sometime you have to start managing this. You have to erect fences. You have to keep the roads up. You have to bring your part in order for us, meaning the DSI, to be able to boast that we saved this 130,000 hectares for conservation. Because without management, it's not conservation. So that's the main thing I want to ask about. The other thing is about the slow spending. Well, it's definitely cause for concern, and I see that much of the slow spending is due to vacancies which are not filled. And it brings me back to my old question about transformation. I understand the whole principle, and I can really, I get it. But if we are at a loss of filling vacancies, and at the same time we have rules preventing us from appointing some people, then maybe we have a problem. Maybe we have to either, I don't know, stop the vacancies, say, to terminate those positions, so then there are not vacancies anymore, or we have to say whoever applies and qualifies is welcome. If that is already the case, then we have an even larger problem, and that is not only a skills shortage, but a knowledge shortage in South Africa, which might very well be the result of people with the requisite knowledge and skills going abroad to follow their personal careers over there. And I would like to know from Dr. Njwaga if you could maybe just explain about this whole filling of vacancies which continue not to happen. Where should we look for the problem? Regarding higher education and training, I still have this idea that there should be a much stronger link between DHET colleges and communities. Like universities have very strong alumni community supporting them. Normal high schools at the Department of Basic Education is very strong, supported by communities organized in school governing bodies. And to say that there are some positions on the boards for DHET colleges for parents or the community, it just doesn't seem to me, like cutting it. It's still as if there's a disjoint or not a real integration between the community, the parents, the prospective students, the ex-students who have to study there, and the college. It's as if the college is something like an airship landed there in this area, and now they start looking for students. Maybe Dr. Sishi or one of the other colleagues would like to correct me on that view, and I would be looking forward to it. Thank you very much, Jay. That's all from me.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Sibia.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. Thanks for all presentations. On with science and innovation, is there any progress in relation to the recruitment of the DDG for Program 2? And is it adequate to support all the key projects funded by the department? And on question 2, refers to technical challenges delaying transfer payments to projects. Can the department explain these technical challenges? And again, have these challenges been resolved? And the underperforming area is largely critical skills development and training areas. Does the department have adequate capacity to manage its skills development programs? The last one, can the department clarify the 8.2 million in slide 50? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me welcome both presentations. And Chair, one would want to start by commenting that as we plan as the department and entities, let us bear in mind what we have committed on, that we don't want to leave anyone behind, so that we filter in issues of people with disability and those vulnerable and marginalized in our plans. Because one could agree in terms of your sentiments that the performance and targets on issues of women and people with disability, it's not satisfying, and I think we cannot continue as business as usual in terms of ensuring that we actually include those vulnerable groups. Chairperson, I think on other issues relating to issues of vacancies, the recurring underspending patterns, and as well the poor performance patterns, as Honorable Lidzie could have indicated, I'm covered on those issues. And as well, one of the issues that I wanted to raise was the issue of vacancies. I think moving forward, Chairperson, with regards to vacancies that are still vacant, the department needs to be specific in terms of giving us specific timeframes or months, so that we are able to do our proper oversight by ensuring that we make them accountable based on what they could have said. Chair, one would want to say as well, the issue of reluctance on consequence management is one of the things that one is noting, more especially from DHET, that it is important that but for me, it's very worrying, this thing of dealing with irregularities and so on. So I just want to say to the DG, let people account, and those who actually don't do what they have to do, they must be taken to task. Chair, the other issue that I want to ask from the department, it's with regards to issues of TVET and CETs. Have this been highlighted in the department risk register? It's with regards to vacant posts for longer periods that they have highlighted, and how will this risk be mitigated? Could the department provide the committee with a copy of their risk register for 2022-2023? And Chairperson, I want to check as well with regards to the issue of the backlog from the department, if we still have some certification backlogs, and they must take us in confidence in terms of specifics as well with regards to those particular backlogs. And the other issue is with regards to the program 5 of skills development, Chairperson, based on slide 13 of the DHET presentation. It is reported that in the first quarter of 2022-2023, no mandatory grant were paid to employee, and the second quarter only 49% of the 95% of allocated SETA mandatory grants were paid to employers. So I want to know what were the reason for the slow processing of this particular grants by the majority of SETAs. What is the impact of non-payment of mandatory grants to employers on skills intervention for employed learners? And what is the total amount of the SETA mandatory grants that has not been paid to the employers? And which SETA, as are these ones? Chair, for DSI, I think your emphasis on people with disability, it is important that they take note of it, because on the issues of internships for allocations, there are no specifics. And why is that the case? Because we've been timelessly indicating to them that it's worrisome that they don't have people in the inclusion of people of disabilities in everything that they do. And on other issues, I'm covered by Honorable Sibia on issues of planning, and Honorable Litsi as well has covered me with regards to Honorable Mahlatsi's questions. The other question is with regards to the planned expenditure had an underspending of over 1 billion. What were the casual factors, and do the responsible program 4 and program 5 have the adequate capacity to spend? And lastly, Chairperson, how effective is the project management capacity of the department, and is it adequate to support all the key projects funded by the department? Chairperson, that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. I think that's the last question from members. I just wanted to ask, I think I have 2 more for DSI. When we look at slide, and thank you very much to all members, in fact, not only Honorable Mananiso. Thank you very much to all members for your comments, questions, and recommendations. Slide 34 of the DSI, I think we speak to a target on the delivery of the first 4 L-band receivers, and our reason for it not being achieved is that the receivers could not undergo final testing as the availability of a Meerkat dish was delayed. So what would cause such a delay? I think my question is, I mean, the other reasons are sort of understood, but what would cause a delay of the availability of a dish? And then if you look at slide 37, we say that we had targeted to engage 300 youth, and then progress in relation to that is at 0. A reason for that is that due to inadequate evidence, the 18,728 youth reported in the SANSA report could not be accounted for. To resolve this, program 2 will discuss the requirements to prove the numbers of SANSA so that the reporting in quarter 3 can be of better quality to be able to meet the annual target. I think one would like to understand what type of evidence is that could not assist the department in relation to that reporting. Was there lack of registers? Are we I don't want to say doubting, but yeah, what informs that? I think otherwise with the other reasons, there's some sort of understanding. Of course, we hope that the department is looking at ways in which we can mitigate some of the challenges going into the future, or not even mitigate, but how we can work around them. Otherwise, I think those are just all the questions and comments from members in relation to DSI and DHET. I would like to hand over to DG Mdwaga to lead the responses on DSI. Thanks, DG.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, and thanks to honorable members again for the insightful questions. Before perhaps I make a couple of high-level comments, I just would like maybe DDG Patel, so they can prepare themselves, on the request for table 4 to be broken down in much more detail. If you could respond to that. And then also the breakdown of the numbers for the HERA and the succession planning in terms of the increase that we provided, whether we can do so. My sense is yes. I also would like him to respond to the follow-up with the DBE on the primary school in Sutherland after the visit that you had and the observations that were made. He could also, then I will ask DDG Mope Mboneni to update on the waste pickers system where we are. And then if the issues of lessons learned from the smart village and how we are using it to make sure that it's included in the integrated development plans, IDPs in municipalities, and whether we are engaging with the Department of Human Settlements and Cooperative Governance in terms of having this as a model that the municipalities could consider. And then thirdly, Rebecca, on the innovation bridge, what the concept is, and if young entrepreneurs could benefit from it. Mr. Patel could add the slide 34 receivers and delay in dishes. I could say a few words, and then Rebecca to add the 300 youth, the inadequate proof of the 18,000 youth that they reach out and what we are doing to address that. Mr. Patel could also respond to the question, Honorable Boshoff, on the full-time 400 jobs that have been created and whether they are created in the area. And then also the issue of the Parks Board managing the reserve and whether that's been done in a manner that doesn't take the responsibility from the DSI and the NRF in particular. I will try and address the issue of the vacancies that have been raised by Honorable Boshoff, also raised by Honorable Mananiso, possibly also raised by I suspect and then I will also say a few words before the CFO can address the issue of transfer payments broadly. And then we would like, with your permission, Chair, that the issue of the NECI CEO, when the issue that was raised by Honorable Letsie on the issues that have been raised and HR not for providing feedback, to handle that in a way that says, if there is this anonymous whistleblowing that has been sent to the portfolio committee, that we receive it so we can respond to it appropriately. We are aware of this matter being brought to the attention of the department, and we have responded to all the allegations that we are aware of to those that have brought to our attention. And if they are not happy with the responses that have been provided, we would like to know what those are. So maybe if this is sent to us, we'll then be able to assess whether the recent interventions that we've had on this matter are adequate to address it. If they are, of course, not addressed properly, we will then, with the support of the minister, try and address it. So that's a request on that. So let me then ask the TD. I don't know, Dan, do you want to say a few words on open science, policy, its intention broadly, maybe at a global level, and what's happening and what's the motivation. And then I'm happy to add 1 or 2 points around why this is important locally, but maybe even Imran could talk about that. So if you don't mind, Chair, it's 11:45 now. Maybe in the next 20 minutes, if the DDGs could each take these portions, and then if I feel something has been left out, I'm more than happy to come, including the disability internship issue that was raised by Honorable Mananiso. But I see there's a hand, Chair, so I'm not so sure whether this is a legacy hand or whether it's refining some of the way we intend to respond. Honorable Mkhatshwa?
I think it was legacy, DG.
Oh, okay. Thanks very much. So, Mr. Patel, shall we give you the first chance, followed by Dr. Mope, followed by Rebecca, followed by Dan, CFO, and then, yeah. If DDG1 wants to act on the, say something on the vacancies, why we are delayed and where we are in terms of the journey to finalize the decadal plan, and then make sure we have a cleaner trajectory of addressing these issues going forward, she may want to do so. So, Mr. Patel, please.
Thanks, DG, and good morning to the honorable members and to others on this platform and our colleagues from the DHET. The first issue around table 4, I'm not able to immediately give a further breakdown. I think we accept fully that we need to be presenting the data in a way that gives you figures for the intersectionality between race, gender, disability, etc. So on table 4 and some of those numbers, DG, I think what we would do is I'll work with DDG Zwane to see how we can present that information in a better way for the next report. But in the meantime, we can provide the breakdown in a table format and also get feedback from the portfolio committee if that's whether we're presenting the information in a way that is helpful. But upfront, I'm not able to further break down that information. I would need to get that from the relevant colleagues. I think the HERA you have raised, I think it's an important consideration that we need to be doing, particularly around the astronomy. The astronomy portfolio has had a very strong transformation element over many years because it was a community that needed to bring in previously disadvantaged individuals. Now, again, the exact numbers around particularly the HERA project and how many people are working on that, I think we can provide that separately from this discussion. I don't have it. We've tried to get the relevant official responsible for the SKA, but we're not able to get a hold of him at this point in time. So we would commit to come back on some of those numbers as well. Similarly, with the issue around the Sutherland School, I think it's a generic issue that in many instances the DSI is working with basic education on a range of projects, not only in the SKA. And over time, I think that relationship has gotten much better now. For example, we're working with the schools in the Eastern Cape, St. John's, where we're introducing robotics and other programs. And in all instances, the way we work now is to work very closely with the provincial education department because they are ultimately responsible and when necessary with national. So in the case of the Sutherland School and the responsibility to take forward the kind of continued maintenance and operations cost of that lab, etc., I'm not too sure what's the exact status at this point in time. We can find out and provide the information, and if necessary, ensure that we elevate that this is something that needs to be taken forward by the DBE because of the limited budget that the DSI has. On the issues raised by the Honorable Boshoff around the jobs and whether these are permanent and where are they located, etc. And also the relationship with the Parks Board. I don't have the details around some of those matters. I think the points raised, though, are important, that if there are challenges with the Parks Board, I know that we in discussions with Saroa about it's been an urgent priority to support fencing off of the reserve, etc. So some of the details, the jobs information should be available soon, where we are working with the HSRC, etc., to get much more nuance and more detailed information so that we can also answer the same questions that Honorable Boshoff is raising, and then look at whether there are continued opportunities that we should be working with the Northern Cape role players and economic development departments, etc., to ensure that the SKA is in a net way a positive contribution to growth and development. Because if we've removed farmland from the sector, then we need to replace it with something else. But again, I don't have the details and the Parks Board details, and the only thing I can do is commit to coming back, unless the DG and others who are more familiar with the SK project than I am at the detail level would want to answer. And then the final question from the chair on the L-band receivers, my understanding of this is that they were manufactured, but the formulation of the performance targets was based on delivery. And the delivery didn't happen. Apologies, the colleague I was trying to call has called back, but I'll pick up with him to say that I will send through the questions that were raised, and we can work on a written response back. So my understanding is we didn't receive the first 4 in the first quarter, and by the second quarter we were supposed to have received 8. So we're running 1 quarter behind because as they produce these L-band receivers for the dishes, they need to go through testing before we can accept delivery. So my sense is that the target of 20 for the year will be met because they have caught up, but for the first and second quarter, we are running 1 quarter behind. So DJ, I think I've addressed some of the questions, but in summary, we're going to have to come back with a written response on the matters raised. I'm not too sure if it's possible to get Takalani now and brief him on the kind of questions that he raised, but I would then suggest let's do this in writing. Thanks.
No problem. Are you able to talk about the disabilities in the internship program? That's Honorable Mananiso's question.
Yeah, no, I think again, I was surprised that we didn't have the disability information because now we're asking for that. So either we didn't employ in the internship program specifically anyone with disabilities, or the data was not available. Let me check which instance is the case. But I think part of the broader point that has been raised is that as part of our transformation effort, we have included in things like the ministerial policy and guideline documents, and in the design of the programs, specific targets that have to be met around different designated groups. So I'm quite confident that in the interns, something similar would happen, but I'm not too sure what the exact number is and why it's not represented in the table. I'll need to follow up with the colleagues responsible for running the internship program.
Okay, I may add 1 or 2 on the questions raised by Honorable Boshoff. But just check with Tagalani if you can come back at the end with some detail around some of the questions raised by Honorable Boshoff, and even on the here, whether we do have the breakdown of the numbers. So maybe Dr. Moape on the smart village issue, waste pickers and the interface with human settlements.
Thanks, DG. I'm able to respond to the waste pickers one. I think the smart village one would either be program 4 or program 2. The issue around the waste pickers in terms of what the status is to date is that we have now just over 7,000 registered waste pickers. This is as of the 7th of November this year. This means that of those, we've got 6.5 of them that are registered and verified, which means that their registration is fully complete. And as a result, just by way of giving a status, the whole system of registration of waste pickers is operational, is up and running. And we currently are having it running in 4 municipalities. That is Joburg, Pietermaritzburg, Cape Town, and Buffalo City. And we are also partnering with PETCO. This is an industry association in terms of just hosting some of these initiative, part of this initiative. And lately, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment has also come on board. Now, what we are also doing is working with the CSIR to develop systems that will enable a number of things, ranging from the reporting, the integration with payment, so that we have a system that will allow them to be paid properly and centrally. So that is actually progressing well, but it hasn't been operationalized yet. So we are quite pleased that this system is most importantly enabling also access by these waste pickers to some of the areas and properties where without this proper registration and perhaps form of identification, they may not be allowed in to various properties because of sometimes fears of criminality and so on and so forth. But when they are known and they can be identified, it's easier for them to be allowed into various facilities where they collect waste. So in short, this is where we are, and we are excited that this seems to be growing into one of these areas that in a small but very important way is empowering people to become their own employers by collecting waste and delivering it to where it is a central place, and they can be paid on the basis of whatever system they use, whether it is weighing and so on and so forth. So that's it from myself, DG.
Thanks, Dr. Moape. Dr. Maseremole?
Good morning, everyone. I'm not sure if you can see me, but I'm going to answer first the question around the 300 youth that we were not able to count for the space science training for youth, and then move into the Innovation Bridge portal query. So with regards to the question, Chair, on the counting around the 300 youth, that was the target for the quarter. However, SANSA reported just over 18,000, but the challenge was with the proof that they sent us. So whenever we before we are we first submit information, and then it's reviewed internally by our monitoring and evaluation team. And the first challenge was really around youth. Is it 15 to 35? And one of the challenges is that when SANSA did their when they did their youth outreach, they included students who were below 15. And then also another challenge was the data sets they submitted. They would give us a register for a certain school, they would say there were 40 students. But what we needed was the name of the student, a signature of the student, the age of the student, because we weren't able to count, of the 40, which ones were between 15 and 35, and so forth. And then also in addition, I think this is like a new target. So SANSA was not fully briefed on how they needed to have reported the target. So we had to really pull the numbers. So we did have some numbers, but we were still, at the time it would take for us to go through the numbers in detail was more time than we required, to make sure that the information we would have submitted would have ensured that we met the target but got a clean audit. So we've been going through those data sets over the last few weeks, and we're hoping to finalize our reporting at the end of Q3, which is December. So we're expecting to exceed the targets, but for us, it's important that when we submit information, that the quality information stands up to a certain standard so that we can get a clean audit based on the requirements of the AG. Now, the second query was really around the Innovation Bridge portal. So I think, Chair, in terms of Innovation Bridge portal, I'm going to go into first, what is it? What is its purpose? And then really, what is the role of the Innovation Bridge portal to support youth and ensure inclusion? So the Innovation Bridge portal was put in place to do a number of things. First, ensure the provision of relevant information, accelerate connections, and ensuring that you have a better collaboration within what we call the National System of Innovation to support the commercialization of what we call publicly financed R&D. And really the Innovation Bridge portal is really looking to connect entrepreneurs with funders, as well as with technology providers in the system. So there was a reflection that was completed earlier this year around the Innovation Bridge portal, which has been in place for quite some time. And one of the issues that was flagged was the lack of inclusivity. This is around gender, youth, and issues of the diversity of founders of startup companies. Also, one of the other issues that was identified was the lack of integration with neighboring ecosystems. So, how are we working within SADC and the African continent in terms of linking up with funders as well as other entrepreneurs? And then I think the issue around early stage financing for underdeserved entrepreneurs was really an issue. And that's why you probably have a lot of failure, because you don't really have funding, especially in the early stages. So what we agreed to do is to actually put in place partnerships. And a number of partnerships have been put in place. World Bank, CETA, partnerships have been put in place to improve the offerings of the Innovation Bridge portal. So for instance, with the World Bank, we have a partnership which is looking at expanding our reach. And what we're doing is we have a Innovation Bridge has increased the digital community to increase matchmaking amongst the ecosystem for actors in South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, Eswatini, and Lesotho. And what this has done is providing opportunities for job creation, ensuring that innovators and early stage ventures grow by getting access to finance, some of it international, some of it local. And then in terms of other partnerships that we think have been very useful, we have a Thinkubate learner management system program, which provides licenses for training. This year alone, 14 youth actually graduated from the Thinkubate program. And once they graduate from this program, then we're able to help facilitate funding and international partnership and opportunities. And then last but not least, United Nations Development Program. We have a partnership with them because, like I said, it's great to provide information, but also funding is really important. So United Nations Development Program actually contributed cash prizes for startups who won during an innovation challenge that we had for food and agriculture in November of last year. So we're providing more connectivity by expanding the digital platform through partnerships, doing better training for youth, but also, bringing cash through partnerships with organizations like the United Nations Development Program, so that youth entrepreneurs in the technology space can get the support they need. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rebecca. Dan, on the open science from the global perspective.
Thank you very much, DG, honorable members, for that very relevant question. Just perhaps 3 points on why it's important for South Africa to develop an open science framework. And of course, before I go to the global picture, it's just because open science enables us to do science more effectively and for science to become more efficient in serving society. Because what is open science is about sharing access to research results, it's about sharing data. And I think most importantly, we often forget that it's about science which is open to society and sensitive to the needs of society. if there is a major policy, and this is the second reason, a major policy dynamic, a major policy trend globally, and that is the one of open science. We have seen countries across the globe, all of our major partners developing their own open science policy frameworks, because that's really become the basis on how we engage in international cooperation scientifically. If we look at our flagship project, which we spoke about earlier this morning, the SKA project, the principles of sharing, of open access to data, they really inform all such collaborations during the age when science is becoming all about data, being data intensive. We also see, therefore, the very critical need to ensure that Africa is equipped to respond to the dynamics and opportunities of open science, and therefore the department, through the National Research Foundation, is hosting the African Open Science Platform, which is a dedicated capacity to work within recognized Pan-African structures and programs to support capacity building for open science in Africa. And then just the third reason is that we're also under an obligation to develop this national framework, because there is a UNESCO recommendation which was adopted last year on open science and the importance of open science for global science, which requires all signatory countries to put in place the necessary measures for open science at a national level as part of this contribution for open science at a global level, contributing to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And it's an area where South Africa is playing a leadership role. And I should also mention, if he doesn't so, that we are very proud that our DG, Dr. Fulmajwaga, is actually a member of the advisory group, the global advisory group, guiding these efforts at a global level. Thank you, DG.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dan. So what I'd like to do, Chair, before I request CFO to come in, is just to provide a context on the issues of vacancies and the issue of slow spending. And a couple of honorable members have asked this question. The first one on the vacancies is that since we were finalizing the decadal plan, we were very cautious in filling all the posts, because we are of the opinion that the decadal plan is requiring or might require a different set of competencies that we do not have at the moment. So we wanted to finalize the decadal plan, and this has now been finalized, Chair and honorable members, and we are told that it's been approved by Cabinet at the last Cabinet meeting. So now we've got a document that is finalized. So we now need to say, do we have as a department the competencies that the decadal plan requires for it to be fully implemented? There is a study that we are undergoing to look at this. We are halfway through this. The study will be completed by the end of March. And then we will see which competencies at what level we need in order to make sure that the structure is fit for purpose. And because of this, then some of the posts that were not filled, we were very nervous, those that we felt that they were linked to some of the changes that the decadal plan was proposing. Now that this has been completed, the document has been adopted, we think the second work that DDG1 is leading, we will be in a better position to accelerate the filling of the posts once these competencies have been finalized. The issue that Honorable Boshoff raised, we've never, in any of the current posts that have been approved, found ourselves in a situation where we are battling to fill the position because of not finding people in the marketplace. So the only reason which sometimes we are unable to attract people into the department is the salary gaps between what people can get within the NSI, in particular senior leadership position in universities, which have increased their salaries way above what the public sector can offer, and of course the private sector. But in terms of attracting skills and people with the skills to do the work that we need, that has not been a problem. So that's the first issue broadly on the vacancies. The second one relates to the transfers as well as the slow spending pattern that seems to be out of kilter this year than the other years. The first reason is that we hope we did share this with yourself, honorable members, that we are on a process of cleaning up within the entities what we call cash reserves, where money gets transferred to entities and for a period of perhaps 2 years, the money is not spent, it's sitting on their bank accounts. And that creates a problem in the sense that we go to Treasury, ask for money, transfer it to the entities get interest and this money is not being spent. So we have been engaging with them through our CFO and the support of the executive to say we want to reduce this to an acceptable minimum. And in doing this, we then agreed that if 90% of the money that was transferred the year before has not been spent, we will not transfer money in the following year until that threshold has been reached. So if therefore there are delays, it's because on a quarter by quarter basis, we are tracking the spending and proof of payment. And then the third issue is that the recurring problem of the quality of reporting, which triggers the spending perhaps for the next milestone, if it's not at the standard that we want, because in some of the implementing agencies, this has been recurring, we now want to trigger the terms and conditions that go with the transfer of money. In other words, it could be that for the next year, we will not transfer money to the entity. So we're really trying to be a little bit tight in the way that the funding at the implementing agencies is managed so that we make sure that the fiscus doesn't lose a lot. So I don't know if the CFO still wants to add anything in Kuku. And then I just wanted to then maybe say a few words about the recruitment of DDG Program 2. CFO, anything you'd like to add? And DDG Zwane, so we can finish as promised.
Thanks, DG. You covered it very well, DG. I think that is our stance. You covered it very well. And I think that is enough for the DG. Thanks.
Okay. DDG Zwane on HR-related issues.
Thanks, DG. I think you covered it well in terms of linking it to the current process. Thank you.
All right. And just the last comment from me then, Chair, is that we would then like to say that the recruitment for DDG position program 2 is far advanced. We will be able in writing, should the portfolio committee request that we provide that. And then as a summary of the responses we've had, we would be happy to host the committee to the village, the smart village. We are engaging with the Department of Human Settlements as part of the DHET plan. We've been asked to work closely with them on innovation to transform and help and lessons learned. And then we have a memorandum of agreement with SALGA on lessons learned from the work that we do and how as SALGA they can share this with the municipalities, including having this as one of the model of the work that we do in district development model. And then we will then in writing provide subject to the chair, if you agree on the Dr. Telenaki matter. We also are committing on B, SKA related issues raised by Honorable Boshoff, and then C, the numbers breakdown as per the chair's request and the other members. Thanks very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members.
Thank you very much, DG Mjaha, and to the entire team from DSI. We appreciate those responses, and we look forward to receiving some of the information that you have committed to sharing with us. And I think we'll try and find a way to liaise with your office, of course, on how we could in the future visit the Smart Village. And also, we look forward to some of your responses to some of the other matters that colleagues raised outside of their initial presentation. I think if we can try and commit to, particularly on the pressing matters, to responding to the committee within the next 7 working days. Of course, any follow-ups on those matters would have to take place next year because this is our last committee meeting for the year. I think also, I don't think we did enough reflections on the audit action plan. And so that could be something that we need to do maybe in writing, DG, where we just bring one another into confidence in terms of the audit action plan and our performance in these 2 quarters so far. So yeah, so I think that then brings us to the end of our engagements with DSI. I'm trying to think if I should keep you on or allow yourselves to go, but maybe Shame, in the spirit of working together, let's stay. Let's ask Kapu Dichi Mjaha bese sohamba sonke ekugcineni. Thank you very much, Dichi. All right, so I'd like to hand over then to Dichi Sishi for the to the DHET presentation. Thanks, Dichi.
Impela Dichi Mjaha singajabula siphelezele. Chair, good afternoon. I think that I will follow the same format as the session of my colleague DG Mjaha to allocate different questions in terms of the categories in which they were asked. Some of the questions are related, but require some specifics, particularly questions by Honorable Mahlatsi that were read and presented by Honorable Letsi, and I thought that we should start with those, Chair, and some of the questions like those asked by Honorable Sbia are more specific. Then we will allocate different. So what I would suggest right now is that we start with Mr. Mkiba to just together with the DDG CASA to just deal with the planning related questions. Then from that point, DDG Mvalo will deal with other areas of planning, for example, the work that we are doing jointly within the branch's skills and the branch planning regarding the master skills plan to be linked to the answers to the questions in this regard. And then our CFO deal with the SCM related questions and the issues of the expenditure of the department. I think that I will come then towards the end to deal with maybe emphasize and add where it is necessary. DDG Sotrikwa, there were very specific questions that relate to the performance of the institutions of higher learning. We'll ask DDG to follow as well in that order. Let's start with you, DDG CASA, and then Mr. Mkiba. Mr. Mkiba. If you're not ready, Mr. Mkiba, indicate. I'll move straight to DDG Mvalo and DDG Zongo.
I think it's his device because everything's open, but no sound is coming through.
Okay, I'll go straight to DDG Mvalo and DDG Zungu, then we will follow in that, and DDG Sokikwa will come after the two of them.
Thanks very much, Director General Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, members of the Portfolio Committee, Director General of the Department of Science and Innovation, Deputy Directors General of all the two departments, as well as officials from all two departments, inclusive, obviously, of the parliamentary staff as well as the ministry staff. I'm quite very happy, as directed by the DG, just to make an illustration on some of the areas. The Portfolio Committee will be aware, amongst others, that in September we presented to it a master skills plan, which basically is one plan, one country. DG has alluded earlier on with regards to the work that we have undertaken, including obviously of our current consultation at NEDLEC. And I must also mention to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee that just yesterday we were doing presentation in the economic cluster technical session, because the intention is to take the master skills plan to the economic cluster. But then we're directed by the economic cluster that first let's deal, or rather we present the master skills plan in a technical task team, of which we have done yesterday. Obviously, when we are going to present to the DG cluster of the economic cluster, we will be required to have SAIS, that is a socio-economic impact analysis and report, which we'll have to submit to the presidency. And obviously now, because we are still dealing with a concept paper or concept note, so we just like consulting and gathering some wisdom information in various social partners with regard to the concept note. And I must also make an indication that we are also in liaison with our researchers within the LMI project, which is hosted by the branch, planning branch P. So the work is really moving in that area. And we are impressing upon that by 31st March 2023, the actual master skills plan is in place. So that is the work that we are promising and committing to undertake as the department. Allow me then also, Director General, to just venture into some of the critical questions that were asked by Honorable Etsi as well as Honorable Mananiso with regard to the slow payment of mandatory grant by the SETAs to the employers. I must make this indication that this is the first time we do have this target within our annual performance plan. And we're doing this so that we can test or measure efficiency as well as lead time as to when the SETAs are receiving annual training report, ATRs, as well as workplace skills plans from the employers. How long does it take for the SETAs to pay those mandatory grants? I must also make this indication as to think the Portfolio Committee and colleagues might be conversant with regard to the legislative and policy framework, which directs SETA grant regulation disbursement. We have 1% of the salary bill paid by all employers who are having their salary bill in excess of 500,000. Now, 20% of that 1%, it goes to the National Skills Fund, 80% it goes to the SETAs, That 80%, we can round it to 100%. 49.5%, it goes to what we refer to as discretionary grant, 49.5%, of which 80% of that 49.5%, it goes to what we refer to as pivotal programs. It will be your learning programs, whether it's bursaries, apprenticeships, it's your work integrated learning, learnerships, and so on. So that will be 80% of 49.5%, of which the 20% of that 49.5% is what we refer to as discretion or discretionary to the sitters. And then we have 10.5%, which is administration. Administration is used, of course, with regard to salaries and almost everything related to the administration or administrative work of that particular sitter. 0.5% is paid to the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, which is QCTO. I know there are some discussions who are engaged at NETLEC and so on with regard to that 0.5% as to whether it's sufficient, but you know it's not sufficient for the Quality Council for Trades and Occupation, but there is a work that we are undertaking as the department. Now you have 20% of that amount. I said for the purpose of the session, let's just round everything to 100%, as we have received the 80% which goes to the sitters. 20% is the mandatory grant, which is payable to employers. And employers, for them to be paid the 20%, they must submit the annual training report, meaning which then therefore of the preceding year. In this instance, it will be 2021, 2022. They must also submit workplace skills plans. That will be then of the current financial year. This is what is done by all employers. Just coming close to the actual payment, we're reporting on the Q1 as we reported almost zero, because the sitters, when they've done their submissions, it was already late in terms of our requirements for them to make a submission to the department. Not that in total there is no transaction or there is no payment made. There is payment made, and we're lagging behind always by a quarter. The Q1 information we're having is Q4 of 2021-2022, of which they were having 6 sitters which have not submitted their information up to date. And we're having about 34,169 employers which submitted their workplace skills plans. The total paid on time of that 34,169 is 16,459, which that will be equal to 48%. I said it's Q1, but then it will be Q4 of the erstwhile financial year. The amount paid in rands and cents so far is 535 million, which has been paid for that quarter. Then, by way of closing, I must come to the second quarter. The second quarter in this instance, as I've already demonstrated, it will be the first quarter of the current financial year. We're having 10 sitters which have not submitted their information. There is about 19,518 employers submitted their workplace skills plan, of which 9,836 employers have received their mandatory grant, which that will be amounting to more or less about 50% or so. The amount in rands and cents which has been paid is 577,532,000. So there is a progress to an extent with regard to complying with this annual performance plan target. I must say there was also already a session that was held with all sitters on the 18th October, whereby there was an emphasis by the department for the sitters to comply with the submission of this information that we require, which is quite very critical, as I said, to measure efficiency as well as to check the lead time. I must also indicate that just before me, I have now the letters of non-compliance which are going to all 10 sitters, whereby they have to explain themselves as to why they have not complied with the circular that we have communicated to all of the sitters. But I must say, in closing, DG and Honorable Chairperson, there is a progress, noting that this is a new target for 2022-2023 financial year. Thanks very much.
Thanks, DDG. DDG Sopiko, if you are ready, let me check with DDG Zoom, because I would like the skills areas to be addressed jointly. DDG Zungu, are you ready before we go to varsities?
Yes, DG, I will come in. Greetings to the Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Let me also greet DG Mjwacha and all the other DDGs and colleagues from DSI and colleagues from DHET. And let me send greetings as well to the advisors to the Minister and everyone that is attending the session. DG, there was a question that was raised by Honorable Boshoff, although it was not clear as to whether he's checking the extent at which we do our stakeholder engagements with all the relevant stakeholders, including other departments, of which we do to a very large extent. We have very good relations, both at an institutional level, but also at a departmental level with other sister departments. But the other matter as well, in terms of the campuses, because institutions are structured in such a way that we have a central office, and then we have campuses. Now, the campuses, sometimes they are viewed in the way that schools are viewed because they are in communities. Now, we do not have the structure that is similar to the SGBs at a campus level, but rather have a council at a level of head office of the institution. But within that structure, we have members of the community that serve and different organizations that are represented, appointed by the minister in terms of the council representation. But we do have programs that are also, assisting us in terms of stakeholder engagements. We'll have from time to time open days that are done at campus level that allows communities to interact with the college through its campuses. We do career guidance, for instance, with the Department of Basic Education, where we allow grade 9s all the way to grade 12 to visit our campuses in order to get career guidance. In that regard, we do it through a program called CATA, which assists us in informing our young people of the opportunities that could be found within the TVETs. But I think it's an area which we are building strength in terms of establishing partnerships, coming from our recent, industry partnership conference that we've held. I must say, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, we're seeing a number of colleges now holding, different sessions, from dinner sessions, breakfast sessions. I just came from yesterday from Newcastle, where one of the colleges was having such a session with all its relevant stakeholders to strengthen and build those partnerships that are required for TVET colleges to really succeed. I think, I hope I've covered Honorable Boshoff, because I did not get the actual question that he was raising, but we do have stakeholder engagements throughout our colleges. The last question, DG, that I'll probably touch on relates to the certificate backlog, which was touched on by Honorable Mananiso. The issue of the certification backlog, I think there is a report that we presented previously to the portfolio committee in this regard. There is a set time frame that we had to deal with. For instance, the certification backlog for DHET or report 190191 was dating from November 1992 to August 2019. So that's a period that we needed to clear as a department. And I must say, Honorable Chair and honorable members, in that regard, we have covered almost all those certificates that were outstanding. In the last quarter, we had about 18 that were outstanding, which accounts to about 0.6%, which will be reported by end of the last quarter of this academic year calendar. And then on the National Certificate Vocational Levels 2 to 4, we were also dealing with the backlog that dated from November 2007 to March 2019, as well as the JTC ABET Level 4 from period 2001 to June 2019. I must say all of those have been addressed adequately. The only ones that I've alluded to were 18 cases under report 190191, but all the others have been since addressed. We'll continue, Honorable Chair and honorable members, to have queries of students that will have probably have met or sometimes have not met all the requirements because they've made a submission to the department in terms of them getting their certificates. Sometimes they will feel that the department owes them that response. So what we are looking at, Honorable Chair and honorable members, to look at the system that could actually be able to provide feedback on a continuous basis to students in a form of an SMS that you've now submitted the application for your certificate. It is now sitting at this level. And then at the end, it will say your certification is now ready for collection. I think that's one, omission or the challenge that we've been having in terms of continuous communication directly with students and not just with the institutions, which I think it will then enhance the communication between ourselves at the department and the students themselves, so that they know and they are not left in the dark as to where their certification is actually sitting at. DG, I will end there from my side. I think those were the two main issues that were raised in relation to the TVET. Thank you very much, DG and honorable chair and members.
Thank you very much to the two colleagues, DG Zungu and DG Mvalo. I think you've covered sufficiently the ground. I thought you will also just add regarding the issue of placement, because it is one of our strategic priorities in the last two quarters where significant progress were made. I don't know if you want to just make an addition there, DG Zungu.
Okay, I'm sorry, DG, it's my omission. I've written it down. Yes, DG, we are pleased to report, Honorable Chair and honorable members, that in terms of the national target of placing 10,000, we are averaging around 8,000 just before the end of this financial year. And we are very, very optimistic that indeed we are going to meet this target. I must add, because we are working together with DDG Mvalo on this work, the colleges are now also reporting DG on their own initiatives that are not part of the 10,000. We have received from all the 50 colleges a total of about 16,000 that they've placed. But we are still verifying that data, DG, so that we can also verify if there are no duplications in terms of the data, because sometimes the sitters will report on these numbers, colleges will also report. So we are busy verifying that data so that we can have a clean data that will say indeed it is clear of any duplications and errors, and then we can report accordingly. But what they've given us from the colleges, it is now sitting at about 16,000, which is over and above the 10,000 that we are been rolling out at this point in time. Thank you very much, DG, and thanks, honorable chair and members.
Chair, I just wish to add that the summit that we have conducted in the TVET sector came up with a number of resolutions that within these first 2 quarters have also helped to sharpen the focus, and I think it has assisted to also strengthen partnerships with the private sector. As you know, we had a dedicated summit in this regard, and in this respect, when DDG Fujani comes forward, I'll also request her to start framing our input around the manner in which we are mobilizing the sector to support our programs with intention to improve impact in the system. I think at this stage, I don't know, DDG Fujani, if you are ready to come in now before we go to universities. Temisa? All right, we'll skip CET and come back to CET later. DDG Sotikwa, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, DG. I should start off by prefacing. Thank you, DG. Okay, that's better. I should start off by prefacing that we are extremely worried about the expenditure patterns in the universities. When we were alerted by the study undertaken by National Treasury, we immediately wrote to the universities, that is specific universities on the list, who had demonstrated poor expenditure for over a 5-year period. We wrote to them, and we've had engagements with them and asked them for more regular reports. So that was our immediate response to that information. It was shared with us by National Treasury and our CFO. We thereafter, Chair, further did our own analysis, and we picked up that some universities are really struggling around infrastructure spending. And when we inquired about the reasons, therefore, they cited challenges with the construction mafia. So that's specifically universities who could not spend around infrastructure. Then around expenditure on the UCDP grants, and this one really was a cause of concern when we engaged the universities on why they could not, for example, use funds to advance some of our transformation goals. They indicated frustrations with the HR abilities to do recruitments and advertising. So we've asked for very detailed reports around that particular grant. And then the last one being the clinical training grant. We, again, on the same point, picked up, in fact, for some of the universities, we went as far as doing site visits to see how they have improved the facilities that offer support towards medical issues. And with others have performed better than others. I must say, though, that it is clear that, for example, where universities do not have funds to purchase some of the simulation tools that they need, they then don't spend. We hope that we will start having holistic conversations around that. We are awaiting their annual reports. Most of the universities asked for extensions, which we granted, because we insisted the data be audited. To date, all the universities except UNISA have submitted audited annual reports. In relation to the and the annual reports are critical, Chair, because we then do our own analysis and provide annual submissions to our principals, that is the DG and the minister. And on those, on the basis of that analysis, we then decide whether we extend further allocations to specific universities. So UNISA has not submitted its data. It has indicated it has had challenges with its external auditor. We will await the conclusion of that particular audit. And then with regards to the additional work that we are doing to support universities, we offer training sessions for council. This year, the only university CUT, and our team recently engaged them to alert them to what we look at when we do analysis of their reports. The feedback we received was that they really appreciated it. So we will endeavor to offer the same sort of support to the remaining universities. And I will stop there, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I may just add in that regard, is that the entire strategy on university lies in two key areas. The transformation agenda, which I think is very important. In this regard, you have your Ivy League institutions that are amongst the best universities in the world. They feature in international rankings, and they announce themselves as they are the best. Yet we still have issues of transformation. For example, issues in their governance structures, and the criteria on the basis on which they are ranked across the world is a criteria that does not always speak to the developmental needs of our country. Whereas you have HDIs amongst those institutions that continue to make progress outside of the gaze of international rankings and criteria. We are trying to influence the global agencies to adopt the UN Sustainable Development Goals so that there is improved relevance in the ranking system. Whereas we insist that in South Africa, we don't rank institutions. We rather, Chair, be busy, with the transformation of our HDIs and holding accountable and setting high standards for the institutions that have shown promise. And in this regard, Chair, I wish to indicate that we've identified a set of instruments to do so. One of them is the Sibusiso Pengu grant, which seeks to improve the performance and close the gap between institutions of higher learning that are HDIs and those that are, considered top institutions in our country. Overall, we are proud of the opportunity to work within a system considered amongst the biggest and the best in the continent, and respected in the developing world, that features so strongly in the top league of all our universities. But we have our own ambitions, and these are also important to us. And we make a commitment to utilizing this instrument, particularly, Chair, in the recent past. In the media, there's been reports of poor governance. There's been reports of, issues in some of the HDIs. We are using this instrument, Chair, to eat into those issues and hold the institutions with our hands. We make sure that there's timeless deployment of resources to these institutions. And we've been to Cabinet to present 5 key papers and reports on some of the universities. The DDG makes reference to one university. That particular university that was referred to, we already have an assessor appointed. Within the next few weeks, we will have a report which will enable the minister to take decisions. And all of the issues that concerns DDG right now are going to be attended to comprehensively, taking into account the recommendations of the former administrator and as well of the report, on the investigation into issues in the institution, as well as the assessor's report. In all areas where there has been reported issues, we have, intervened. And therefore, the questions by members, particularly around the poor expenditure of universities, amongst others, the infrastructure-related matters, we have intervened. We have increased the capacity of the department in this regard, and in the presentation, we make reference to implementing agents. We accept that they are not a silver bullet, indeed, but if you appoint more than one, if you appoint more than 2, if you appoint more than 3, you are actually increasing in a visible way the capacity of the state to chase the 2 targets of acceleration, but at the same time of developing capacity that is permanent, so that capacity take over from the implementing agents. And then the department will be self-reliant in the manner in which it does. And the CFO makes this observation. Thank you very much, DDG Sopikwa. May I request that DDG Fujane come in to cover the areas that relates to the CET sector. If she's struggling because the network is not so good, I'll go to the. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You can come in, DDG. You are very clear.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the Honorable Chair and Honorable members, to both the DGs and all the colleagues. The questions that were asked on CET DG were regarding expenditure. And I have discussed with the CFO, and she will cover that when she responds to the expenditure matters. Was regarding expenditure on compensation of employees for college lecturers.
There's no sound coming through on my side. I don't know if there's something wrong with my device.
Your device is perfect.
Thanks, Honorability. CFO.
Okay, that's fine, Chair. The CFO can come in.
Okay, thank you very much, DG, and thank you once more, Honorable Chairperson. I will respond to the questions and inputs that were made by Honorable Litsie. I will start by addressing the question that he has raised on behalf of Honorable Mahlatsi. And that question has to do with empowering women-owned business in terms of the procurement regulation. So when we look in the procurement regulations that were issued in 2017, there is paragraph 4 that proposes a pre-qualification criteria when you advertise your tender, and it has categorized different areas. The first one, for an example, it has said the tender can be set aside, to a minimum BBBE status level contributor. And then the second area, it said it can be set aside to the emerging micro enterprises or the small qualifying enterprises. We normally just call them SMMEs. And then the third category, which for us posed a challenge, and this challenge is attributed, actually is what we have explained as a reason for non-achievement, is that criteria addresses the issue of subcontracting, to say, as you set aside, you advertise the tender, you can subcontract minimum of 30%, then it lists different categories of designated groups, which include women. So the challenge that we had as a department is that, one, we procure less than 1% of our budget. Maybe to put it differently, less than 1% of our budget relates to goods and services that could be procured through competitive bidding. So it's difficult for the department, or it was difficult rather to identify identify tenders that are feasible, or we don't even have big tenders that could qualify to have the subcontracting. And as a result, it was impossible for us through the regulation to directly set aside our procurement to women without going through the contracting. So this is a challenge that we had discussed with the DPME as and with National Treasury, to say we really want to participate as a department to this 40% target, but the regulations really are tying our hands. We are unable to do so. All we were doing was just to be reactive and just to be reporting on the statistics, but not consciously and deliberately planning for them. And also just to mention that the very same regulation, or section of the regulation that I'm speaking about is exactly what has been challenged by Agribusiness at the Constitutional Court. And I'm sure members are aware as to where we are as far as that case is concerned. And we are excited, Chair, and I'm sure members are aware of the recent developments, that there are new procurement regulations that were issued on the 4th of November 2022. And in terms of those regulations, the department is empowered to set aside through its own supply chain management policy a maximum point of 20, for example, if a tender is going to be evaluated on 80-20, and a maximum of 10 points if the tender is going to be evaluated in terms of the 90-10. So we are allowed to set aside those points in order for us to achieve specific goals in a manner in which we deem it fit as a department. So we are excited, about that latest development, because we are in the process of amending our supply chain management policy, and as we are preparing our demand and procurement plan, for the new year, we will be able to set aside, the tenders to women, so that we can be able to achieve the targets. I wanted to clarify that, Chair, also the challenges in between Regulation 2017 and Regulation 2022. In terms of the questions that were asked by Honorable Litsie regarding the budget and spending, when you look at our department, trend analysis, we have spending challenges in two areas, main. And the first one is the compensation of employees. The second one is transfers and subsidies, and mainly infrastructure, but also with other grants. But DG and DDG Sokikwa have covered the spending challenges and what we're doing about that under infrastructure and other grants. And then I will cover the component of COE and other questions that Honorable Litsie asked. During our presentation, Chair and members, we did highlight some of the reasons for delays in filling the position. As members are aware, we've got a target that we have set for certain percentage of a vacancy rate. And over and above what has been said, also the issue of organizational review, I think it was mentioned, but also to put emphasis that that process is still ongoing, and we are now at the final phase of it. And it's important to note that we had to embark on that process because as a department, our current structure is not fit for purpose. All we have is a structure that is as a result of a split between DHET and DBA, migration of colleges from provinces and migration of SETAs from DOL. So our structure is not necessarily aligned to our strategy. So as I'm saying that we now in the final phase of that process. And as much as we do take note that some posts needed to be filled, but we are conscious that we need to allow this process to be finalized because we might find ourselves filling positions that might not necessarily be recommended in terms of the new structure. We do, however, have a process of identifying critical position, and there's a lot of progress that has been made in that regard. I think in his opening remarks, DG also announced the number of senior managers that have recently been appointed. But over and above that, even just the recruitment process itself, Chair, the applications, I just don't have the statistics with me, but they are quite scary. The applications are voluminous, and the capacity that we have, sometimes it really takes longer for us to process this application within the time frame that we wish to process, and that obviously have an impact on our spending as budgeted. And then dealing specifically with the issue of CET low spending. Yes, there was slow spending in Q1, Honorable Litsie, and that was mainly in the session of employees. As members are aware that there's a standardization process that is taking place at the CET colleges. There were delays during Q1, but when we look at Q2, Honorable Litsie, the SCOA report for Q2, we will note that actually there was some improvement. We were able to catch up. And as a result, the spending for CET is much higher, than projected. Hence, we even had to effect environment so that the branch doesn't overspend. So that has normalized, and we don't expect challenges going forward. And the last one from Honorable Litsie, he had asked for information around the delays in receiving invoices. I think it's some of this information that was cited in the SCOA report. We are experiencing delays, Honorable, especially from invoices from hotels overseas. As you'll be aware that travel and subsistence is one of our highest spending item. So sometimes managers will plan to spend X amount of money for a particular period, and then they travel in that period. But it's a long process sometimes for the travel agent to access valid actual invoices from the service provider overseas. So hence you see them citing those reasons to say no, invoices actually were received a little bit later than anticipated. That's why you find that there is a misalignment in their spending trend. So that is actually the main reason, hence that was captured. You also ask clarity about what I meant when I was talking about compensation of employees spending, and I was mentioning January, March, etc. What I was saying there, maybe I need to give a quick example, is that spending for compensation of employees and for other items differs in such that if you delay to implement or to acquire goods or service, other than compensation of employee, you've got an opportunity to catch up before the financial year ends. For an example, let's say you've got 120 Rand budget, you want to buy a laptop, you were planning to buy it in Q1 and there were delays, and you buying it in Q3. So you are able to then, at the end of Q3, report your full spending of 120. But with compensation of employees, it's different. If it's 120 budget for my post and it's 10 Rand per month, for example, from April to March, and I get employed in January. So the 90 Rand that has been budgeted for my post from April to December cannot be spent retrospectively because it's forward looking. So that's what I was trying to say, that during the adjustment budget process, we had to really assess the spending of compensation employees on the posts that were not filled by that time, because we were mindful that we will never catch up with the spending backwards, even if the posts could be filled. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, CFO. I don't know if Ms. Fichane is now ready to come in. If not, I will ask our planning branch to cover the issues. Mr. Mkiba.
Thank you very much, DG. My sincere apologies for the earlier glitch. I think the bandwidth is really not doing justice to my connectivity. DG, I think you have covered me on the comments and the questions raised around infrastructure, and which explains the underperformance in program 2 in terms of percentage spent on expenditure. The members would have noticed that in Q1, percentage spend was around 1%, in Q2, 7.5%. And I think with the interventions that DG has shared earlier on, we're anticipating this to increase in the last quarters, beginning with Q3 and Q4, as projects gain traction. So I think in that area, DG, you have covered. But I want to agree with Honorable Mananiso. I think she made a general comment to say that I think as government departments, we have to ensure that our plans include vulnerable groups, as we target. I think I can't agree more with this sentiment. I think it's for that reason, just to share with honorable members, that when we undertook to meet as a sector 2 weeks ago, we deliberately invited the Department of Women because we are aware and we are acknowledging this is the area we're not doing well. Our targets, as we plan, should really be disintegrated to reflect, our intentions towards women, towards youth, and people with disabilities. And I think that is a step in the right direction. We're committing to say that our plans going forward, whilst we have tried in the current plans to disaggregate there and there, I think we will be going full swing where possible to really reflect as such. So I think that's a comment that we're really accepting, and it's a comment that we're really going to reflect on as we prepare our plans going forward, including also our entities. I think this is the discussions we've had at our last midterm performance review workshop and planning. Thank you very much, Chair. I think this is the area I thought I needed to just comment on infrastructure you have, DG. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much from the planning branch. The last comment from our side, Chair and honorable members, will come from DG Fujane on CT, primarily for 2 reasons. the questions that relate to CET have already been covered by the CFO. And I think the input by the CFO were adequate. But I do feel that we do need to also show that we are not just focused or reacting to the problems, but we are also strategic, and we are focused in the long term to turn the sector into becoming the sector of choice for young people in the post-school education and training system. And in this regard, the progress regarding the resolutions of the CET summit are very important. I would like to bring DDG Fujane because she's done amazing work in this area, and I would like to highlight it as a conclusion and a submission of our department to the portfolio committee. If there are more specific questions to be answered, we'll be happy to provide these responses in writing, Chairperson. Over to the DDG Fujane, and following which I then submit to you, Chair, a complete set of response from the department.
Thank you very much, DG, and thank you to the Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. Let me start off by indicating one of the biggest change that we are going to see being implemented with effect from when our colleges open in January. And this emanates from the Ministerial CET Summit on Skills, which is the mass provision of skills programs. The colleges that have submitted the proposals have had the commitment of 200 million from the NSF, and the NSF has issued award letters to that effect, and colleges are currently finalizing the contracting for that allocation of NSF. Why is this important to us? It's extremely important because this funding is solely dedicated to the provision of skills programs, of non-formal programs, and occupational programs. So you can see we're beginning to shift the program diversity offering in our community colleges, which is predominantly academic. Part of the NSF funding that has been provided is to build the capacity of the community college lecturers. And that has been built into the 200 million, because we understand that the majority of these skills programs being offered, some of our lecturers themselves may not be skilled in those areas. So this current year, this calendar year, and which is academic year of our community colleges, has been used for training of those lecturers so that they could be ready for offering their skills programs, occupational programs, and non-formal programs in January. In addition to that, we're extremely excited about the civic education, which will also be offered. And here we are partnering with the ETDP SETA and also partnering with Higher Health. And this also comes out as part of the resolutions coming from the summit. Key to the change in the program diversification of our community colleges is digital skills. And to this effect, we have partnered with NEMISA, and this also emanates from the summit in terms of provision of digital skills for community colleges. And the training has started already in this calendar year and will continue in the next calendar year. We are also pleased that as reported earlier by CFO in terms of the expenditure on standardization, we have seen stability in the sector. Honorable Chair, honorable members may recall that the sector was plagued about a year ago and a couple of months back with protests by lecturers who were dissatisfied with the processes of standardization. Whilst the processes are not 100% completed, there has been great progress, and this has led to stabilization. And as I close, DG and honorable members, the department, particularly the community colleges assisted by the TVET branch, undertook the biggest examinations since the migration, because exam migration took place on the 1st of April. The June exams were very small because they only had about 5,000 candidates. And now the November exams have got 5 times that number of candidates. Whilst we did experience some challenges with delivery of papers in terms of delays, there were no major challenges that have been reported, and our colleges need to be applauded in this regard in terms of having undertaken this huge task of the November examinations. Thank you very much, DG, and thank you very much to the Honourable Chair and Honourable members.
We submit, Honourable Chair, and thanking all the members for the questions, hoping that we have made a decent attempt to respond and account as required. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much to DG Sishi and to all colleagues from the department for your responses. I see DG Gaza's hand is up. I don't know if it's a legacy hand or DG Gaza.
Thank you very much. Am I audible, Chair?
You are. I mean, if it's an addition, I think let's just check with DG because he had already summarized. So if you're adding to the responses, DG, can you facilitate that? DG Gaza, will you be adding to those responses?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, DG, because you had already concluded, can you assist, please?
Thank you, Chair. I think in the interest of time, I would like to include the inputs of DG Gaza as part of our written submission. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, DG. Okay, DG Gaza, can we please do that? Can we take your inputs as part of the written responses? I'm sorry, it's just that the DG had already concluded. So, in terms of just the process, I think it's just easier if we do it like that. So thank you, colleagues, for your responses. I think it will be important that coming out of this engagement, maybe as a committee, as we work towards our program for next year, we highlight some areas that we may need to zoom into. As part of our responsibilities coming from the AG's recommendations of trying to make sure that there are better outcomes at the end of this year. And so I think, DG, it's important that we just keep our finger on the pulse. Our finger on the pulse in terms of just monitoring performance of the department as per what we would have highlighted in the audit action plans, to ensure that we can only strengthen the department and its entities in the sector at large. We look forward to the responses to some of the matters that may need written response, to some of the matters that colleagues have not been able to allude to or get to in this meeting. We look forward to the written response within a week's time. DG, I must say that it's very important. You were not in the previous meeting that I think we had when we were dealing with state of readiness, and it was for the 2023 academic year. I believe you were with either with the team at the World Skills Conference, if I'm not mistaken, or summit rather, World Skills Summit. It will be very important that at the start of next year, we start the year with a briefing on whatever preparations we will be doing throughout the next couple of weeks in preparing for the academic year 2023 across our different programs. And we had an engagement, and DDG Fuchani really did hold the fort for the department. But I really must indicate to yourself, and if you can relay the message as well to the executive, that it'll be very important that when we have that meeting at the beginning of the year, that you are in that meeting together with colleagues from the executive, as we bring one another into confidence on our preparations for next year. You know, in yesterday's commemoration of NSFAS's 30 years of existence, I think we were all reminded of the importance not only of NSFAS but of our sector. And I mean, in the interest of time, I won't reiterate a lot of what was said, but ultimately, between the student leadership, there was a constant reminder of the fact that our sector should be contributing to a different lived reality of South Africans. I mean, whether the student leadership said we cannot have a situation where a NSFAS beneficiary who is essentially receiving an educational grant, who may have received a SASA grant, the child grant, finds themselves in a situation where post-qualification, they are still reliant on government grants. Post-qualification, they find themselves moving from one grant to the other till they become pensioners, continuously dependent on the state. They said this should be, when we give them this educational grant, which is NSFAS, it should be the last grant that they receive. And I found that to be profound. They reminded us that we must be concerned with a situation where the unemployment rates in our country are so high when we continue to invest so much money into the education system. It must bother us as a sector. And on those reflections, amongst many other reflections that I can't mention now, I just really think it's important, DG, that we work together as a sector and allow each other to play the various roles that we need to play in relation to cooperative governance. I want to plead with all of us to really assist one another in the roles we have to play to strengthen the sector. And so when I look at some of the matters that members have raised now, in relation to our performance in the first and second quarter, and when we work towards the third and fourth, and we work towards improving certain areas, I want us to think and reflect on how we can afford one another the space to support one another in having a better outcome. We don't like it when the department comes at the end of the year with their performance reports and it doesn't reflect well. We don't like it as members. Honorable Boshoff always says it's fine to come and say there's good work that has been done. And when there is good work that has been done, we must say and will say that good work has been done. So I think many of us, all of us, want to stand on the podiums of Parliament and present the BRRR reports, present the quarterly reports of the department with pride that our department is doing well and that now our sole focus is on the core mandate of the department, which is to ensure that young people in this country, or the people of this country, not only young, have the requisite skills and knowledge to be active participants of our economy. And so I really want to implore on yourselves, colleagues, as you go back, that let us see how we can really strengthen the relationship that ought to exist in order for one another to support each other in strengthening the sector and achieving the core mandate of the sector and changing the lived realities of the people of South Africa. Ngicela lo mphako DG nundlulise la kumele ufike khona. I think kubaluleke kakhulu. I think there's a lot happening in our country, and there's a lot of good also happening in our country. But you know, when we're not able to clean off the dust in certain areas, kuba ngathi sokungcole yonke indlu kanti ukungcole la nala, yabo. So I really think for me, just as we end this year, my plea to the Department of Higher Education and Training in particular would be that. But we really want to thank colleagues. I want to thank you, DG, and to your team for the support that you continue to give us. I think I'm already moving into my closing remarks for the year. I want to thank the colleagues from the DSI. There is also some tendencies that we did not understand towards the fourth term DG Njaga in terms of the program. But MANCO will be sitting, I think, on Monday to put together the program for 2023 term 1. And I think it will be really appreciated if colleagues from both departments could send us their wish list of what they would like to see in the program for the first term. In fact, if colleagues want to go further than the first term and go beyond into the whole year, send those issues. But I think when I say in the first term, the issues that you are also ready to come and present to the committee, it's not ideal, colleagues, for us to have to change the program as if we don't send you the program of the committee at the start of each, or rather at the end of each term of the year, of the parliamentary year. So let us please make sure that we assist one another in relation to that. This year has, for me personally, honorable members, brought about a lot of learning. I learned so much, from our interactions with the department, both departments. In the CET program from the start of the year, we learned, I think we gained a better understanding of the sector, DDG Fuchane. And I think by and large, it was informed by our oversight visit to the Northern Cape CET College. And we really are committing ourselves to continuing with our advocacy work in calling for greater support and resource for the CET program. The TVET program, DDG Zungu, really also such an exciting program. I think DDG Mbalo, Honorable King, Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Mahlatsi, Honorable Litsie, those of us who attended the World Skills Summit and Conference, ZA, we're really excited by, what the development of artisanal programs can do for our country. I, at some point, felt like I was an ambassador of some sort for the TVET program. And really, we want to support some of the visions that you have for that program, which also need a lot of funding. And we are aware of that. On the university program, DG, we still have a huge crisis in relation to this matter of cooperative governance. It came out very strongly in the engagement we had, where we had, VUT, MUT, UCT, and what's that other institution, UNISA, engaging with us. It's just generally been a reoccurring highlight in some of the engagements that we've been having. On state of readiness as well, the issue of cooperative governance came out. So that's still a huge challenge that we're going to have. I mean, when I think of, for example, some of the challenges that we have between NSFAS and universities, between yourselves and universities, that remains a massive program. A massive problem. So I think there's a lot of work that we need to do in that regard as well. But really want to appreciate, some of the lessons that we've learned about the sector and implore on colleagues not to tire. DG Njaga, it's always so exciting to interact with, the programs and initiatives of the DSI. I think, Dr. Mwafe, we agreed in the previous meeting that we should make it a standing point that when we get briefings from the DSI, we must try our best to
rope in various stakeholders to, if we're saying that we're getting a briefing on commercialization or whatever, bring in, the relevant entities that deal with those matters. Bring in the CEOs that are responsible for that, for those programs of the department, of course. Bring in the beneficiaries. Bring in the leaders of these various programs that we are running, so that we can touch. Well, we can't necessarily touch it, but when you're seeing these things being presented on the virtual platform, even if you can't touch it, but by virtue of the person who is leading the project, making the presentation, it feels so much more real than when yourself, DG Mdracha, noma sikuthanda kangakanani ngoba siyakuthanda ngempela, it just feels like we are almost getting an oversight experience, like a physical oversight experience when they come and present. So let us look into the new year how we can, strengthen such ways or formats of presenting the issue of transformation. We are relentless about it. We are unwavering about it. The issue of impact. The other day, colleagues were speaking about disaster management. And of course now, because I attended the International Astronautical Congress and I have a better understanding of Earth observation and remote sensing, one could really make the ties on the importance of the work that we are doing as DSI every day. In fact, the more you brief us, the more we listen to some of the challenges that our colleagues are having in their departments, the more we are able to make the linkages in terms of the role that the DSI can play in fixing some of those matters. And sometimes we know what the DSI is doing, and our question becomes, why aren't you aware of that? Why aren't you calling for a strengthening of that? Why aren't you calling for greater resource towards this program that we've been told that DSI is doing? So impact is so important. And impact can only be of great magnitude when it is informed by representation, which needs transformation. And those are issues that going into 2023, colleagues, we will continue to be unwavering about those matters. But also DG Mdracha, it's very important to make sure that we communicate to entities of our department that they can never drop the ball. We really hope that the DG who will take over from you, will ensure that those entities do not drop the ball and they continue to represent this department, this government, as well as we currently have, so that we are able to focus on the core issues that speak to what the Department of Science and Innovation and its entities should be achieving. But there's many other matters that we remain committed to in strengthening the national system of innovation and continuing to be a motive force towards better budget coordination. And we're excited about progress that has been made in terms of the decadal plan. Colleagues, this is not a state of the nation address or state of the DSI and higher education address. But really, I thought it was important that we just reflect on the year that we've had and some of the issues we'll continue to champion. Of course, many of them we've also discussed collectively, colleagues, in the midterm review that we had, and where we got support from both the Department of Higher Education and Training and the Department of Science and Innovation. And we really appreciate your presence and support in that particular program of the committee. And we will continue to engage yourselves in how we strengthen this accountability ecosystem and the responsibilities that we have in strengthening both the Department of Science and Innovation and the work that it does, as well as the Department of Higher Education and Training. So I want to really thank you, DGs and your teams, and we will see each other next year. You will not hear from us at least for a couple of weeks, but we still are going to need those responses from yourselves within 7 days. And we also look forward, please, to your inputs on any items that you would like to see in the program going into next year, but most importantly in the first term of 2023. Thank you very much, colleagues. You are excused. We will be dealing with more boring things like
the minutes and reports that need to be adopted. Thank you, Dichi Mjwaha, and thank you very much, Dichi Sishi.
Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year to all of them.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee. Have a wonderful holiday season.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Rebecca, you speak well, you know, bye.
Yeah, bora Temzayo. Thank you very much, honorable members. I just want to check what's going on here. Okay, I see myself, Honorable Yabo, Honorable King, Honorable Mahlati, Honorable Sibia, Honorable Litsie, Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Bosho. So I think we are enough to adopt minutes and reports, and I hope members have gone through them. I have made my comments and my many comments, additions, amendments, and excuse me, I've sent them to Anele and Shanaz. So yeah, I've done that ahead of time so that, you know, I don't frustrate members. We have minutes from the 2nd of November where we were dealing with services SETA, in-SETA, and the Construction, Education and Training Authority. Those minutes end with bullet 6 on where we have the conclusion. Before that, we had considered the BRRR report and minutes. Then we have minutes from the 12th of, sorry, we have minutes from the 4th of November. The minutes from the 4th of November, we were interacting with KZN CET as well as consideration of the BRRR. I think that was on science and innovation, if I'm not mistaken. Those minutes conclude with thanking members and guests for their participation. And yeah, then we have minutes on the 9th of November, where we were dealing with Mateo and Buffalo City College, which was that was one experience. And then of course they conclude with us, of course, highlighting to the department that a lot of attention needs to be brought or zoomed into in relation to Buffalo City College. Then on the 11th, we dealt with the DSI and the IK regulations, Bioproduct Innovation Cluster Advancement Network, South Africa, Biopanza, African Medicines Platform, and IK registration. And then that was on the 11th. On the 16th, we dealt with DHET, MUT, UCT, VUT, UNISA. On the 18th, we dealt with NACI, SACNASP, and ASAF's annual reports. On the 23rd, we dealt with state of readiness with NASFAS, USAF, SACPO, SARS, and SAFETA. On the 25th, we dealt with TIA, GIP, and TADF, so we're dealing with the commercialization of innovations by young entrepreneurs. Then we had our meeting on this Wednesday, where we, where we dealt with a briefing. No, those minutes are not concluded yet. They are in process. So we won't adopt those minutes. Oh, today is the 2nd. Oh my God. Okay. Yes, honorable members. So those are the sets of minutes. By and large, it's all the minutes for November, because you colleagues would remember we dealt with all the October minutes the last time we dealt with minutes. So those are all the minutes for November. Can I please see any members that would like to make any amendments to those minutes? If not, members who would like to adopt the minutes. Can I note hands? Oh, okay, I see Honorable Mananiso, and I saw Honorable Litie's mic open. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted some indication in terms of what you could have made amendments on, because when we read minutes, we read them from a different angle and understanding. So we must be able to adopt with your amendment if possible. Because from those that I've noted, those that I was present on, from the 2nd of November, 4th of November, the 16, 18, and 23, and as well the 25th of November, one would want to actually adopt them as they are. Hence, I'm saying that at least if you can just give us sense in terms of what could be the things that you have noted that were not actually a true reflection of the meeting, so that as we adopt with those amendments. Thank you. Because some is just small errors in terms of dispelling.
It's grammar.
Yes.
It's by and large grammar.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Then I adopt this minutes with your amendments of grammar, because that's what I could have noted only. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Litie.
Aruna problem with grammar. I want to thank our committee staff for putting on the minutes, and want to second the adoption. Grammar thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Litie. Yes, Honorable Mananiso.
Sorry, point of exigency. I think that is my oversight of not actually thanking them, as this is our last meeting, and they have actually empowered us. They are equal to task, and I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart to say they must continue supporting us as this team. Thank you.
I've thanked them for you, don't worry.
Thank you, Honorable Litie and Honorable Mananiso. The minutes for November have been adopted by Honorable Mananiso and seconded by Honorable Litie, with an appreciation for the work done by the committee secretariat. Thank you, colleagues. I'd now like to move on to the reports. So we had we have 3 reports in the main. One is on is a draft report of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation on the 2021-2022 annual reports of the National Skills Fund, Services Sector Education and Training Authority, Insurance, CETA, Construction, Education and Training Education. Training, Education, no, I think you see, Training, Education and Authority. And then if we need to fix that heading. So if we can note okay, so that's the first report that we have. Sorry, colleagues. It really is the last day of work. That's the first report that we have. And then we have the midterm review report. And then we have our report of our interactions with NSFAS when we went to their offices earlier on the 23rd of September and the 4th of October. Can I note any amendments? If there aren't any amendments, can I note hands to adopt the minutes? Honorable Litsie, is a legacy hand or a new hand?
It was legacy, it's now new, so it's both.
You may go ahead, Honorable Litsie.
I'm moving for the adoption, but the answer my.
All right, thank you, Honorable Litsie. Can I see a hand that wants to second? Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me second the minutes as a true, actually the report as a true reflection of our meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Litsie and Honorable Mananiso. Colleagues, the minutes were adopted by Honorable Mananiso and seconded by Honorable Litsie. The report was adopted by Honorable Litsie and seconded by Honorable Mananiso. That brings us to the end of that process. This is our last committee meeting, and so I don't know if there are any members who would like to make any inputs. Maybe I can start with the FF Plus, Honorable Boshoff, if he's still on the platform. He's not on the platform. I think I can then go to the DA, Honorable King.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I did not participate today. My throat is killing me. But going into the festive season, I would like to wish everyone well and enjoy the time with your families. And for next year, when we come back, that we come back in full force in honor of the children that we represent, students that we represent. Chair, may I also send happiness to you as well as a chairperson for this year, and how robustly you handled the committee. It is quite a great honor and pleasure to work with you and with the rest of the committee members to enjoy your festive and Christmas season.
Thank you very much, Honorable King. Honorable Boshoff, I see you back on the platform.
Honorable Chair, thank you. I had a short challenge with my signal, but it seems to be fine again. So I just missed the first part, but I believe we are taking leave of one another for a month or two. And I would also like to thank the whole committee for the year's work. This was an important year for you as you became the chairperson, if I'm not wrong. I think last year at this time, yeah, you could correct me. I'm not so sure about my dates anymore. But this was your first full year in any case as the chair. And I think it was, well, what we say in Afrikaans is a vuurdoop, a fire baptism for you. And also I think that the different constituencies which are represented by each one of us could really feel that we had the opportunity to represent our people, and that whenever there was sufficient merit, that we could even succeed in the course of events. So thank you very much. I hope that all of us have a blessed Christmas time. I'm not aware of what each of our members' exact religious convictions are, but in my case, I would wish you a real Christ Mass in the origin of the word. Thank you very much, Chair, and have a nice holiday to all of our members.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson. I would like to thank to everyone, the team spirit, Ebesinayo, as a portfolio committee. Let's keep up the good work as we have done it, and enjoy the festive season until we meet next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Yabo.
Chair, thank you very much.
Any goodbyes from you?
Yes. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's my birthday month, so I'm gonna be older when I come back in Jan. But I would like to thank the staff, the support staff who've been with us, the secretary of the committee, Anele, for doing a great job. I also want to thank you, Chair, for holding the fort. You've done very well. You've done exceptionally well. I was laughing earlier on, I was listening to you speak, and a thought crossed my mind that I think, yeah, you are as well spoken as I am with your utilization of jargon. So, but you have done very well, Chair, to lead us in this committee. Let me thank all the members, without exception. I think we work well as a team, regardless of the fact that we come from different political parties, but I think we've got our heart in the right place as far as this sector is concerned. And we have really focused and zoomed in on doing the work. Our most talkative member, Litsie. Hi la ibe December monati ntati. That's what I want to convey, Chair. So my birthday is on the 24th of December, Christmas Eve. E-wallets are welcome. Thank you very much.
Keep in mind, my birthday is today.
Oh, we must sing for you, Honorable King. Thank you very much, Honorable Yabo. Honorable, I think, Mananiso, Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by actually thanking you as well, like any other members, for leading us, even though sometimes I feel like, hey, there's more airtime and, you know, we want to balance other issues with our communities and constituencies. And as well, thank all members from different political parties to say, indeed, here there's consciousness and humanity. We don't deal with each other, you know, in a hostile manner. And one would want to say to other parties, FF Plus, DA and others, to say next year, it is their responsibility as well to adopt minutes in this particular space, because we know we adopt, we second, and so on, and they've been part of these particular processes. Just an emphasis to thank our team, Anele, Mampaho, Shanaz, Dr. Erens, and Renee. Thank you for supporting the team. Indeed, we're doing well, and we are learning every day based on the fact that you're giving us the necessary support. And I want to wish all of you guys a happy Christmas. Be safe. Don't drink and drive. Don't actually do what contradicts our code of ethics during these festive seasons. I don't want to read anything about you go to social media in Liabo. 16 days of activism buffet too. Let us observe it and ensure that we raise up the banner of not all men are trash. And yeah, Happy New Year to my friend Masibia. Be safe, go KZN, as you would know that there are climate change issues. Mums, be always safe, my friend, and I'll see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Litsie.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I had raised my hand early. I think your gadget has decided not to sit on a lighter note. Just to disappoint Honorable Yabo and yourself that I speak long, I'm going to be very short and say thank you very much to everybody. Thank you. I'm joking. There was no way I'm going to be short. Let's take this opportunity to let's take this opportunity to wish Honorable King a happy birthday. Indeed, 21 has never looked this young. Happy 21st birthday. Hopefully your parents will give you a key today. In a black tradition, or it's a black tradition that when one turns 21, their parents give them a key. I don't know to open what, but it's a tradition there by black people. So happy 21st birthday, Honorable King. Thank all political parties really for holding the fort in making sure that the department accounts. I think we have done fairly well. We may come from different ideological areas, but at least when we're in the committee, we agree that we've got a task to complete, a job to do, and we have done that very well. Congratulate Dr. Boshoff. He bought new headphones. We saw him wearing them even yesterday. That's good, even though he looks like he's a pilot these days, but congratulate him for buying the headphones. Committee staff, I honestly don't have words to thank them. These colleagues of ours have put in serious hours of proper research, proper content. I honestly don't know what to say to them. Maybe to say to them, thank you very much. Let's thank their families as well, because they work extra hours even beyond, way beyond the money that they are probably been paid by Parliament to do this thing. The legal team that is not here with us this year, they worked extremely hard from the beginning of the year with the inquiry report, did extremely well there for us, advised us, took us through certain legal issues that we may not have known ourselves. So please send our gratitude to them. Yeah, and yourself, Chair, you are steering the ship correctly. You did extremely well in your first full year. As Honorable Boshoff said, you are the youngest in our committee, and I want to thank all members for continuing to not being ageist and treating you like a kid that you are, by respecting your responsibilities and the position that you hold. So we are extremely grateful. We wish you well next year. Let's continue doing so. Sometimes emotions get high in the committee and we are able to calm us down. Thank the whip of the committee for whipping us well. Honorable Mahlatsi, thank you very much. Yeah, I think I've thanked everybody, and I promise that next year I'm going to speak very short. I will not be long. I will, but in December during this Christmas period, I'm also going to learn this jargon that Honorable Yabo speaks about. I want to come back. I'm probably going to be training as well as if I'm from Boys High. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if, okay, they've left the minister's team. I also wanted to thank them. The advisors of the minister, Chair, they are always here with us. Come rain or shine, they're here. I wanted to thank them as well, but they've left. please convey our messages to them. And let's pray that next year we'll have a good working relationship with all the stakeholders. When we do our oversight, we'll not be told stories. People will not be refusing us to do our oversight like we saw at VUT and the chair of the board of that center, MICT. But yeah, thank everybody. We'll continue to do our work. Wish you all a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Be safe. Let's do everything in our power. Yeah, ngiyaqeda manje Msibiyonga, ngavala kancane. Do everything in our power to protect our women. It must not only be during the 16 days of activism against the abuse of women and children, but it must be throughout the year. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Liti. Honorable Mahlati. I know she indicated that she has academic commitments, but I still wanted to check if she's able to say anything. Okay. All right. I think that then brings us to an end because, yeah, I think the whip did indicate that she has, some work commitments, school commitments. Colleagues, allow me to thank you all, particularly colleagues in the I don't know, in the management committee. Memudiba, Dr. Aronsa, Dr. Osborne, Shanaz, Anele. Thank you so much for your continued support, Mr. Potoman. There's a person called Parliament YouTube streaming. Yeah, sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 2. That person. Thank you so much. To the colleagues from PMG who are always in our meetings, thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues, for the support that you give in ensuring the functioning and running of the committee. It's not an easy job. It can be easy to listen to members speak, imagine trying to capture everything Honorable Liti says. But thank you. Thank you for listening to all that we say and trying to get out a message of what is the committee actually saying, for us to report about it, for us to minute it, for it to shape the work that we have to continue to do. I really, really appreciate the support that you give us, and also having to manage the dynamics of working with so many stakeholders. I mean, I think Shanaz is a bit tighter, a bit closer. I can't even imagine with Anele, the amount of stakeholders that you have to interact with in all the work that we do. So really, thank you so much. Then to honorable members, Honorable Boshoff, there's something Honorable Boshoff said in Parliament the other day when we were dealing with, what were we dealing with? There's a report that we were dealing with. I think he was making a declaration and on the BRRR. And he said he supports the committee, he supports the committee, the report, because the committee is run in a non-partisan way. Therefore, the report is a true reflection of the engagements that we had in the committee. And when Mamsibia then speaks of the teamwork of the committee, when you hear one another reflect on, our experiences, democracy is what truly prevails in this committee. A true representation of the citizens of this country is what prevails in this committee. A true representation of our various constituents whose rights must be protected, given the responsibilities that they have, of course, with those rights, must be respected and represented. And I really want to applaud all of us for our commitment to representing the people of South Africa in this committee. And so that is why we have to ensure that the committee becomes a democratic space, because this is a parliament that exists within the Republic of South Africa, a democratic state. So a democracy that was, fought for, where blood was shed and lives were lost in order for us to have this democracy. So we can never take for granted the importance for the work that we do to be a true reflection of the people of South Africa and their wants and interests. So we want to really appreciate, Honorable Boshoff, your ability to be honest about the work that is being done in the committee. Honorable King, for your continued support as the DA. You can count on, what I like about colleagues in this committee is that you can count on them to show up for work, and the fact that colleagues take their work so seriously, you can say, Honorable King, I need you to be in this meeting because we need to adopt minutes. Honorable King, you must be in this meeting because we need to go wherever and there must be physical representation. And she'll say, no, I hear you, my sister. So I really want to appreciate that colleagues are not petty about our partisan lines. Umuntu ugcina angasezi emsebenzini ngoba ufuna ukubonisa i-ANC. Awubonisi i-ANC. You are dealing with the people of South Africa, because it's not about the ANC. It's about the people of South Africa. So really thank you to yourself, Honorable King. Make an extension to Honorable Makesi as well. To the honorable members from the ANC cohort of the committee, really want to thank you as well, colleagues, for not bullying, the other parties, but really being true to the work that we are here to do. Honorable Mananiso, for your commitment to transformation in the work that we do. Honorable Sibia, for calling a spade, ma. Finish and clear. There's no long story to it. Let's not go around in circles looking for, theories to call it, terminologies. No, and they need to fix what they're doing. And really, Ma, thank you for always just, calling a spade in our space. Honorable Yabo, for always bringing really high level comprehension to our discussions, and really dealing into the consciousness of the people that we serve within the sector. I really want to appreciate how you're really always able to bring that forth in the engagements that we have. Honorable Litsie, I'm sure there are people who say, why does this woman not stop this man? Like, he's been talking for 45 minutes. And I must honestly say, colleagues, it's very difficult to stop Honorable Litsie. I mean, amidst all the examples, analogies of VAR and all sorts of things, there's always such concrete matters that he's raising that shows a commitment to research on what is happening right now in the sector, that the department and entities need to account for. And so it really becomes very difficult to stop you, Honorable Litsie. But the former Premier of Gauteng, Mr. Makura, said yesterday that he asked me, does he stick to time when he debates in the House? And I said, Honorable Mananiso, he actually usually leaves time, maybe a minute, maybe 30 minutes, maybe 30 seconds. So he said, no, we need to actually time him so that he can work within the constraints of time. But Honorable Litsie, I really thank you for your commitment to the work, who also came into our committee much later than most of us, but has really been able to adapt to the space
and bring in the necessary political wisdom. Really want to thank you as well as her, expertise, of course, in the work that she did previously and how she's been able to incorporate that into the work that we do. To everybody, really who supports the work that we do, thank you so much, colleagues. I wish us all a fruitful festive season, or I don't know, resting period. I don't know what members call it. Let us do the constituency work that we must do before we go and leave, and let us bring back umpago. I don't know. I always don't know how to transfer umpago, because it's just takeaways. There must be takeaways that we bring from our communities of matters that they would like for us to champion as members in this committee, but as members of parliament as well. So thank you so much. Enjoy your time with your families, catch up with your families, and we'll see each other next year. There are many matters that we are noting that members would like for us to interact on, but we'd also appreciate that if members could send us what exactly they would like to see in the program next year. Of course, a lot of it will be taken from the midterm review, where we engaged extensively. But if there's other issues that members would like to see on the program, please send those before latest 8 o'clock on Monday morning, please, because we'll be sitting the Manco meeting around 10 on Monday. So we'd like to by then and be able to incorporate them into the program. Thank you, honorable members and colleagues. As the last born of the committee, really have to appreciate what Honorable Litsia said, your support. And ageism is a real thing in government. Ageism is a real thing in politics. Ageism and sexism is a real thing in this sector. And I really want to appreciate that at least the colleagues that I work with in the immediate, you honorable members and the committee staff as well, have not succumbed to that problematic behavior, but have instead really supported me. And it's really what wakes me up every morning, knowing that Honorable Boshoff will definitely log into a meeting, knowing that Honorable Sibia will definitely be there, knowing that Honorable King will be there, Honorable Makesi, all of you will definitely be there. That is really what gets me up every morning when it does get very difficult, colleagues, because we know it gets difficult. We know that our sector, particularly higher education, is a very difficult sector to shape in the manner in which we wish to shape it in. There's a huge pushback on accountability, but we remain relentless, we remain committed, and we think we must make it very clear that if there are people who think that they will not account to this portfolio committee, shame. The law is a beautiful thing. But ideally, I don't think, Anele, we want to be summoning people to the committee. But if that's what we have to do in order to ensure that the people of South Africa are accounted to, because at the end of the day, you're not accounting to me and Litsia because we're bored. No, you're accounting to me and Litsia because we've been sent here by citizens of this country. So I think we must make it very clear that to the entire sector, particularly higher education, I think DSI, our problems are not many there. But in higher education, I think one would see, how this accountability ecosystem is structured. So I think, going into next year, colleagues, that is one thing that might change a bit in posture. I think we've been very understanding, cooperative governance, but the people of South Africa are getting impatient. And our feet are burning because, people are saying, Kantinenzani. So, but thank you. And I wish you all a jubilant festive season. Please stay safe. This meeting has officially come to an end. Siyabonga.
Chair, ulibetse Thandikolo, how?
No, I said thank you to Thandikolo. I said Mr. Bottoman.
Oh.
No, thank you, Siyabonga.